All right. Third time's the charm, I guess. If this cuts out, if the power like flickers another time, I think I might simply move and call it a day and then come back like an hour or two later. For the time being, didn't really get that far into it, I suppose. But right now, let's continue. Maybe third time's the charm. I'll probably delete the thing in between, because this is the third time it's shown up. So hopefully the power stays up. This hasn't happened in a very long time. It must be very windy outside. I can kind of hear it, but still, um, pretty triggered. Okay, so let's pick up where I got cut off mid-sentence, more or less. The goal right now that I'm trying to work on doing this exercise was the idea of taking this English word, right? This run. So the first thing I do is I would read. Basically, read as in read for comprehension. So this simply is with a friend. And actually, most of the time I would be picturing something. I would picture a friend, basically, in my head. Like being with a friend, literally in the head, the imagery. So a lot of times this reading for comprehension leads to, it jumps right to the image or the context right now. And then that eventually allows me to read it. So I would attempt to read what this says. And sometimes the sounds are there, sometimes it's not, right? Tomodachi, right? This is tomodachi to. However, that's well and good. I'm okay with this. Although it would be kind of nice to be reading it while constructing the image. So like reading it in my head the way I would read English. Like when someone types out, "I'll run with my friend," I would be saying to myself in my head, "I'll run with my friend." So like in my head, I would have the sounds already ready to go. So that's kind of where one of the functions that I'm working on right now. The other function through this exercise is to not jump straight to sound. So when I think about this, I'm actually leaping straight into a sound as opposed to thinking about what is written. So like right now, I would want hashiru, right? Hashiru, but I only hear the sound in my head. So tomodachi to hashiru, right? Or I'll run with my friend. Yeah, hashiru. So, but I have no recollection, or I'm not thinking of it as how it's written, how it would look, right? So I'm not thinking this immediately, like I'm not reading from left to right. Now I don't do that in English either. The complacency is that if I were to write it, if I go to write it like this in my head, I can do it in English on as an output. I can't quite do it in Japanese. Like I can't simply say, "Oh, how do I write tomodachi to hashiru?" Right? And then it would take me a while. I would start thinking, okay, well, friends are right, and then I would go about it that way. So we're using this time to promote closer bridge. That is the attempt, by anyways. So in this case, we're looking at hashiru, and the character is this, and the ending is shiru, I think. Okay. Anyways, now that we're back and the power hasn't cut off like 6 times in a row while I sit here.
友達と走る。
Oh, there's actually no she. The she is actually part of hashi. This is pretty much what I mean. Okay. Can I hear that again? Still recovering from being the power outage.
友達と走る
Okay. I think we're actually even near the end of this session, which makes it a little weird. So we're gonna go longer. Let's see. Piano no oto. Soto. Ato. Soto. Soto ka suru. Soto ka suru. Oto is... Why am I drawing a blank? I'm drawing that. This is exactly what I mean by a problem with hearing it over seeing it. I think it's probably... No. Not Oto then. No, maybe it is Oto. Yeah, Oto. Oh, it's Stan. It's probably Stan. This, and then I was thinking like it was this, but then it didn't look right. Right? Then it didn't look right. This is pretty much the thing I'm trying to normalize here. So this is Oto. Oh no. Now I'm... Okay, hang on. I'm still triggered. Okay.
ピアノの音がする。
Piano no oto ga suru. Okay. All the grammar checks out. We're still reading for grammar, of course. Still reading for grammar points. Right. This is actually special. Gasuru means the perception. Right? Perception. That's why it's using suru. Gasuru. And then oto, the possession, characterization of the piano. Right? This is a N4 grammar point. Gasuru. Okay. Ichi ga imo no musko ni. I was all over the place. I was thinking like daughter, brother, son, like a sibling. I was all over the place on musko. Musko ni sonna like this says son, but the read was not fast. It was not a fast read. Sonna tokoro ni itara ame ni get wet. Yo. For verb. Okay. Naka ni haite kinasai. Haite kinasai. Get inside. Or come inside. Get wet. I'm thinking of new. Like nureru probably. Nureru is, well, there's obviously water in it. Nureru to get wet. Uses water. I think it has rain as well. And I think it's a comb. Something like this. Re is on the outside. Oops. Okay. Try this. This is new. I'm trying to think of a Chinese. What is that? Ray. Oh, Ray.
父が息子に、そんなところにいたら雨に濡れるよ。中に入ってきなさい。
中に入って入ってきなさい。入ってきなさい。君は young youth の言葉がありますか？ Language of youth. I see. 言葉 is using youth. There's definitely multiple ones for youth. The closest one I can think of at the moment is we're looking for an adjective. Actually, I don't know. This no makes it that we're looking for not a e adjective. So an e adjective would use, what is that? Wakai. Wakai is flowers and right. This wakai. That would not fit here. At least it wouldn't. It would be not my first choice because of the way it's structured. However, oh wait, maybe it does. Maybe it is. The other one, I'm thinking of more of a noun adjective. So a na adjective. That no makes me think of a na adjective. But this one ends up with no too. So you can still use this character, which is still waka. However, you can make it into people. So a noun, basically. And that is using mono. This is mono because it's referring to a type of people. That's how I remember it anyways. So this can be sha as well. But in this case, it's gonna be wakamono. Probably wakamono. Wakamono no kotoba ga wakarimasu ka? Probably.
君は若者の言葉がわかりますか？
若者の言葉がわかりますか? Just flat there. Yeah, I don't know. Wakai, I'm not sure if you can go with like wakai or wakaku or wakasa. Like you can attempt to nominalize the e adjective in this structure. That would be kind of interesting. Probably not the way to go about it. I don't know if you can simply say wakai kotoba being an e adjective, right? That's interesting. Let's see what it says. Oh no, wait, we can't test what it says because we can't get rid of no, right? Because if you write wakai no, actually, just see what it says. Yeah, it doesn't work with the no. So that's locked in. What is that? On. Oh no, it's a special read, right? This is a special read. Like, oh no, it isn't. It's just Toshidama. There's another New Year's gift related thing that I'm thinking of. I think it's more like end of year thing. But this is Tukun. Toshidama. Toshidama no increase. And this is Gaku. So New Year's gift Gaku. I don't know what this is. Frame. Oh. Interesting. This must be a stock phrase here. Otojidama no gaku. Because did not scream gift to me. I see the kaku, so the left side is kaku. Frame picture. Pretty sure Monikani thing. A frame. Yeah. Oh, it's just gaku for amount. One of the rare ones. Frame picture. Or amount. So it's not really a gift. This itself is the gift and it's the amount. Okay. Okay, I got you. I totally forgot this one. Okay. An increase. Increase would be Fueru is the decrease. Increase may be like either ascend or up. Oh no, wait, it is Fueru. I'm just kidding. Heru. I think Heru is what I'm thinking. So what is Fueru? Fueru is Gen. And Gen, or at least I think it's Gen. Soil. Yeah, I think it's day. So that looks like. Pretty sure Edu is on the outside. And this is also multiply.
お年玉の額が増える。
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Japanese draws a line across, which I actually kind of prefer. Or the font that Bunpro is using it instead of 2 dots. I wrote what I saw in the traditional Chinese. So this stroke right here, this horizontal stroke, can be represented as 2 strokes. Okay. All right, next one. Patient. Yeah, affliction. Person. What is affliction? Ansha? Ansha. Oh, kanja. Oh, right. This is special. Bija. Kanja. Actually, maybe not so much. It's next to but kanja. Yo. To help, but it's next to koto. Oh, koto is a nominalizer, so this would be a verb. I don't know when they use koto as in like write koto out versus when in these cases I would be more inclined to write koto out as a kana because it is used in kana because it is nominalizing the verb. Koto, when I write koto out in kanji, it's often part of a stock phrase. So maybe help as a nominalized thing is a stock phrase. I'm not sure. For myself, I consistently write koto if it's using, if it's nominalizing a verb as koto. I've gotten accustomed to seeing koto this way, I suppose. 医者としての使命です。Order or mission. Okay. Help. Now help, there are multiple helps. The standard help that I have is tetsutau, but that's medial, so that's little things. We might have a more stronger help, like what is chu? Chu is like in Bunpro. Chu has moon and power. So, and I believe this is keru. So what does the read on say? Tatsukeru. Taskeru. So we have taskeru. Now, the doctor is helping a patient. Taskeru is like a harder, it's a harder help. And this is the doctor helping, so we're doing keru. Karu, there's also karu for intransitive, to be helped, right? The alternative is something a little bit more lighter, like on menial task, and that's tetsutau, which we used yesterday, to where it uses hand, right? Te and sta. Is this to transmit. Oh wait, is it one? No, it's not. It's not. It's person. Right, so this is the te and rendaku. Oh no, just kidding. No rendaku. So it's either of these. And they're gonna be in their dictionary form, their plain form, because of koto, I think. I don't think koto takes the stem. Does it? No, I don't think so. So let's do
患者を助けることが医者としての使命です。
Yeah, to understand our grammar points. Even, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Even in the vocabulary section, I'm trying to enter the actual thing for verbs, because verbs can be inputted as the stem or the plain form. They're going to accept it either way. If you type, oh no. They'll accept the input of the plain form, like the vocabulary you're responsible for. However, it will also be accepted for when the stem is required, or so it's either stem or the plain form most of the time. I just want to make sure that I understand why it's in the, like, grammatically, why it's in the plain form versus the stem, because in order to be accurate in the grammar section, you have to differentiate, oftentimes for all the grammar pieces, what form of the verb you're going to use, or what form of anything, right? Your nouns, your adjectives, what form do they take? And in this case, to nominalize a verb, or in this case, nominalization of an action, all right, to help my patients is one thing. So koto uses the plain form of the verb phrase. The verb itself is in the plain form. At least I haven't ever seen it in a different form next to koto. All these things are good practice, right? So we got hitotsu. Is that life? Yeah, hitotsugu. No, hitori. No, hitori. Sorry, hitori gurashi. No, it's hitori gurashi. Hitori gurashi. No, life. It's someone's life. Gu. Do I know it's supposed to be gu? I don't know how this works. I think gurashi is the term. So it's two separate terms. It's hitori, so one person's, and then life, gurashi. Didn't recall this was gu though. Pretty sure it's life. Not life. Oh yeah, it is life. Oh, it's considered one term. Okay, I see. Because there's a rendaku. Dori kurashi. It's kurashi. Yeah, the ku is what I was familiar with. There's a rendaku on bo. Oh, okay. So, 一人暮らしをしている daughter, 妹ね、not 妹、娘、what am I doing? 娘、息子、娘にmoney for food. I think we went over this too. It's kind of like groceries. Oh, boku. Wait, one second. Sen. Boku te akemashita. To give. Send. To whom? Daughter. Okay. Money for food. I don't think ane is in it, right? Oh, it could be. No. I actually have no idea. Money for food. So, looking for a noun. Closest thing that comes to mind is kane, right? So, any kane, honorific or not. I don't know my stroke order. Correct there. That felt okay. That feels okay too. Ne? Oh there, Proka. I'm doing pretty alright. It was storming outside, so we already had like 2 power flickers. It was not as pleasant. But kane. And kane. Alright. It's not that. It's more like grocery money or resources. It could be resources. What is the kanji for? How are you doing? Oh yeah, we did a couple times. We're kind of like halfway through our first session. So I'm not stitching them together, it's just gonna be 2 posts. Probably seen at least 3 posts at this point, because it kind of flickered twice. This is our third time. Yeah, I have no idea what they're referring to. Money for food. You're doing well, although you're doing a big shift in your sleep schedule, so you can watch the English match and still go to work. Oh, okay. Yeah, is it going? Oh, I see, yeah. That's later today though, right? As in your day. Later today, your day. There has been 2 upsets already, interestingly enough. Yeah, I don't know what they're looking for. Let's just type kane and then see what's going on here. Ah, dang it. We went over this. Okay. Oh, it's even bookmarked. It's literally food money. Alright, so we gotta think about food money from now on. Yeah, so they used food money. What is that? Shokuhi. You take food. Right. And then how do you write the fee? Oh no. Was it the... No. I already lost it. Let's go.
一人暮らしをしている娘
It
に
is
食費を送ってあげました。
It is the correct radical. Actually, do you draw the line first? No, you don't. That could be better. I could do better than that. Food money, of course. It's nearly midnight on Sunday, and you will not sleep for the next 12 hours? Yeah. Then next sleep at about 1 p.m. Sunday, then wake up at about 11 p.m. Sunday and go to the pub at 1 a.m. Monday for kickoff, then stay up for your 6 AM Monday start at work. Yeah, I see. That does work out for that game, huh? All for the sake of football. Rice field. Hatake. We actually have hatake written here. It could be hatake. Do that. Oh, we want to be specific. So, we add rice to it. Oh no, it might not be even hatake. Hatake is a field. Ta is also a choice, and that could be a rice field.
この田は私の田よりもずっと大きい。
よりもずっと大きい。ずっとずっと is a good thing too. Remember, I kind of drop that every once in a while. It's an intensifier. And then Yori is the comparison one. Mole. Interesting. Mole. Is it always mole? Hmm. あなたの答えは half 合っています。合っています。Oh, they decide to write in kana this time. I'm guessing this is we had an example. It's right. I think it's this Now, how we get atte? Au? Aru? Aru would give you atte. That doesn't make sense. It's something else. Au? Hold up. How do you get... Maybe it's not the same. Adashi is the most reliable one that I have. So oh, Ataru. Wait, that doesn't help me. Maybe it's not. Ateru. That doesn't produce that either. Actually, no. Maybe it's not related. Oh, it's probably... Huh. No, I have no idea. I have no idea where the ah is coming from. No. So it's got to be a oo or a do verb, and I don't know which one. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, atte. I could just look up aru. I mean, it could be aru, just aru next to iru. Oh, here, no, certain. Usually written in kana. Well, here's an N3. Aru. I don't. It's a pre-noun adjectival though. That's not what we're looking for. How about there's no au that would mean to correct this. Atte. Oh, it could be fit. Oh, it is fit. Atte. It's probably atte, which is something that probably needs work. So it could be this one. This suit. This would fit the conjugation as well. So au. So atteimasu. That'll be the conjugation. It's to fit, to match, to suit, to agree with, or to be correct. Half. What's half? Fun. And I don't know the rest. Oh, no, wait. Nope, that doesn't look right. This is the problem with relying on sound. Oh, it's not. Wait, sorry, hanbun.
あなたの答えは半分合っています。
Oh, I added 2 extra strokes to han. And then bun, that's fair. To add part, so half a part. Hanbun. And so this took a while. Oh, so keep that in mind. It does say here that it is typically written in kana. Or maybe not. It doesn't actually say. Typically written in kana. Could be something else. Feeling refreshed. Oh, kibun. Kibun is a feel. Kibun ga something suru shimasu. Refreshed. It could be rest up. Like, yeah, Yasumi related. So Yasumi would be. It actually kind of looks like Tai. Me is part of it, so yeah. Yeah, Yasumi shimasu. I don't know if Yasumi actually works with. I don't think suru. You can suru Yasumi. Hmm. Refresh. There's you can't use. either. There's also literally refreshing, which is not what we're looking for. So let's just try it. Yeah, it wouldn't work with the sudo. You can't sudo that. Fresh. I don't think you can put sapari. No. No idea. Indicates a smooth, uninterrupted motion or action often used to describe someone moving gracefully and without hesitation. Basically, it went smoothly. Looking for smooth. That is a pseudo verb. I can only think of adverbs right now. Otherwise, it would be something like uma. E. Yeah, I don't know. See what happens. What is this? Oh, it's suto. Really? You can put suto in there. All right. I'm a bit taken aback. All right, we'll add this to the bookmark. An adverb, pseudo verb. Yeah, it's a pseudo verb. Onomatopoeias will. We're going to go for a bit, but we'll probably be back. All right. So to feel refreshed or satisfied, that is a new use for me. Have it bookmarked.
気分がすっとします。
Microphone. This isn't あなたの家に終わったカラオケ use? That can't be yo, is it? Does it stay yo? Yo no microphone. What arimasu? Microphone deals with increase sound, so like microphone. Use voice sound increase. It could just be Maiku. I can't think of a kanji. Oh.
あなたの家にカラオケ用のマイクはありますか?
I can't think of a kanji character. I was thinking multiply or increase. So gen on like gen onki or something. Gen onki. So increase sound machine. Or and yeah, koe doesn't typically end up in something. But maybe like increase voice machine. If I had to pick some characters. Gabe is in Kana most of the time. Oops. Or not. More like send. Probably Okuru. Would Okuru give? No. Oh wait. Oh, gave. And it's Asta. So Okuru would fit, right? Okuru. No. Okay, so it's a Godan. That's a Godan. We're looking for a Godan. So Okuru is probably here. Oh, create. No, that doesn't make sense. It would be an Ita or Okuru. Todokeru would be to deliver. Morata would work. He gave chocolate. Who's receiving? Ni. So this is probably Morau. I don't remember what character Morau uses since it's typically written in Kana. Receive. Leaf. Something like this. Nope. Generation. Maybe shellfish. It would work. Oh, darn. That's receiving. It's receiving, but I thought maybe it's the sister receiving chocolate from him, so he gave chocolate to her. Oh, I already did gave. Maybe like, let's go through it. I have no idea what type of give this is. Give is a rough one. Oh. No. Oh, hand over. Hand over? That's watasu. Watasu. The yort? Probably yort. I'm torn between two things. I think what I want to write is like this. Ata's part of that. I don't think this is correct. E though. Like, I don't think that character is correct. Dang it. Oh, I know what it is. Was it something like this? I don't know. This is what Tatsu. It is yours. So yeah. Okay. So you have water, shack, bucket. It's not that though. So it's not handing over. Which stinks. I have no idea. Is there any other way? You have okoru. How does okoru work? Okota, that would check out too, okoru. So I have no idea what I don't remember what the character is. Let's try okoru anyway. It's like to give someone something. It's probably... Man. I really thought it was just... How is it not any of those? Kuda? It is kudasai. Oh my gosh. It's
彼が
kudasaru.
妹にチョコをくださった。
Kudasaru. Oh, kudasatta. Yeah, kudasaru. So how would you be able to know? Oh. Yeah, to bestow, to kindly oblige. That's a tough one. This is a tough one. So kuda was the very last thing. So kudasaru. Oh, very last thing. Yeah, they were using honorific speech. I did a lot of other things. Ageru, kureru, meshi ageru, watasu, morau in a like a different way, like I identify because I'm not quite sure here how that works. Like if the person is receiving but the person that's giving is highlighted in the appropriate way. And then there's other ways like send, okuru, deliver, todokeru, to like deliver something. This one is probably easily one of the more tougher ones when it comes to giving and receiving. And that's where we're gonna stop for today. Yeah, we're gonna stop there for today. Despite the unfortunate start to the stream. I did cover like a couple already in the beginning, so this will be like a double upload. I wanted to give it another hour or two. I'm pretty sure it's close to 2 hours. I'm trying to commit 2 hours to doing all this stuff. So what is the most shocking stuff? Let's take a look. We had Owari, that was fine. The misread on Iki. It wasn't Kane. Shokuhi. Shokuhi. This is the second time it's occurred. So that needs work. And then there's Hakiri. Okay, so we have two onomatopoeic things, right? Hakiri and Suto. Hakiri, Suto today. Was it Zuto or Suto? Oh, right. Yeah, Suto. Emoji was fine. Anbun jumped the gun on Ban instead of Han. Midori. Midori was greenery. That's a hot one. Ion case. Yeah, that was for greenery. All of that landed on greenery. Kako. Kakoi. The characters for Kakoi. Natsugashi is fine. What was the rest for? What was Yasumi? Feeling refreshed? What was supposed to be refreshed? Suto. Suto was the feeling refreshed thing, right? As a Suru. Nureru is okay. Oyogu, fair enough. I caught up on where atteimasu comes from. And then the pairs, Tetsutau is like a minor help, and then Taskeru is help. Called the normal help, I suppose. And then we had the Wakai, but it was Wakaimono. Wakaimono. Naku. Ueru. Alright, so still the weakest, obviously, would be all of the non-kanji ones are even weaker. All the mimetic and onomatopoeic things. So Tsuto, Akiri, and then Mirori Mirori is a different use case, and then also Tsuto is double whammy. It's both a different use case, secondary use case, and then Shokuhi, which is a repeat. The difference between Ta and Hadake. Okay. Alright. That's it for today. A bit of a rocky start because of power outages. Multiple power outages. I'm not gonna... Wait. Am I able to stitch them together? I can't stitch them together because they're technically two separate sessions. I could stitch them in post, but I'm not going to. We're just gonna double post. Alright. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you want to watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap or share your experiences. It would be kind of cool to have someone like run parallels. I haven't really considered that. The idea of having someone like we go back and forth between another person who's sharing their experience and talking about commentary. Doing like some sort of co-collaboration thing. I don't think that's going to come up too often because we would have to normalize the things that we cover. So I haven't really bumped into anyone who covers process-oriented things in the way that I would want to share collaboratively. It would be great to do something like that in the future. Maybe scout someone that share my, share a common interest, like a collaborative interest, in terms of, hey, if I'm using this, like I'm doing Bunpro things, right? Or we would start a new project, both of us or whoever in the future, we would start the project at the same time, and we would analytically do our own approaches to it, where the focus is on the process-oriented thinking, like illustrates, speak in tandem, record the stuff, talk about how you're refining things that you're addressing. That would be kind of interesting. I think the closest people that I would ever consider at the time are my closest friends. Unfortunately, we have a conflict of interest as well, because they have jobs and other professional things. So it'd be kind of interesting if I do meet someone who has like a sufficient enough overlap where I could defer to that person. It's like, hey, if you want a different type of take on going through and refining the thought process and doing this, here's a different cup of tea, right? I do defer to people who think like this or do these things, although they are content creators that focus on refining the process. So oftentimes they do shorter form things. Like, even when it comes to playing video games, I have yet to, this is not like a good or a bad thing. I often feel, it's reflective of the situation. I am largely a black sheep when it comes to how I want to demonstrate the living experience, how I would engage with myself to keep myself active and curious at the expense or perhaps openly disinterest in trying to follow trends and the hustle culture. I don't know if this will become trendy in the future. I have my predictions that I will share in the future. I already mentioned a lot of this in parts, bits and pieces. I think maybe 2 or 3 years out, there may be a premium on the idea of people who celebrate the human experience. So this is particularly involving in a focus on the human experience while learning something, not what is the most efficient, objective, distilled approach that's hijacking, in my opinion, repetition of curated methodology. Now, others would prefer to save their time and do and build on what other people made and then go for it, right? And that is the most appropriate way, in my opinion, if your life has obligations and whatnot. I'm doing this out of academic curiosity for myself, and it's the human experience that's highlighted. So you're more than welcome to come on by and yap about those things. Like, I enjoy brainstorming and comparing and contrasting other people's existing methods or the methods of other people that individuals bring up, like, hey, did you like this tool, or what do you think about this approach? I love making commentary and banking off ideas like that and catching up with people. It would be, again, pretty coincidental and probably incredibly rare to meet someone who would be in it for like a big thing, like, hey, let's start a 6-month social experiment together. We will both do our collective parallel agreed upon conditions on how to display an active engagement in problem solving while learning in the process. And both of us would meet our thresholds so that we can compare and contrast two people using critical thinking in the process of doing things. If I do meet that person, it will be very apparent because I would probably try to scout the person or approach the person on that. It's not a measure of whether someone is good or bad or skilled or not. It's the idea that I haven't really came across someone who would be willing to do something like this as a personal intellectual interest. Of course, you're more than welcome to come on by and jibber jabber about it, though. And that's usually how people spend time, right? It's usually the closest friends or the significant other that may end up participating in that length of involvement. All right, folks, that's a wrap for today. Again, mind the power outage. At least it didn't happen again. Third time's the charm. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第538天 It is day 538. Actually, we added 10 yesterday. Alright, let's get into our active recall. 干瘪 别 need something for deflated. There was something else that overlaps with this. 别 and sh. Right? Sh. Sh was... Hang on. Sh... It deals with the being sick and afflicted as well. Abandoned. Yeah. Okay. So this is, yeah, it's kind of tough. Deflated. But we're thinking more like shriveled, dried out. It's a good way to incorporate gun. The read is okay.
干瘪
I'm gonna use shriveled.
易硕
Sure. Sure is the weaker one. E is kind of weak too. They both actually are same format. E is a bit. No, they're both kind of weak. So E is not the dominant read for this radical, and Shaw is also not the dominant read for this radical. Actually, E might fare a bit better than... E might fare a bit better than Shaw because of wings. And Nex. Yikes. Nex is pretty rough. However, this structure does not belong to Yi. Oh no, it does. Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, this is C for learn, or C for learn. Yeah. So both of these are pretty. So both of these are pretty tough. E and Shaw, and they're both brights, and there are multiple brights that can be used to substitute for this, or more common brights from my experience. So both of these are kind of rough. And it's a twinkle. That's a little bit of a pivot too, as opposed to being like bright. Hopefully 1 + 1 = 3 situation here.
易硕
Twinkle.
张慢
Man got mixed up. So curtain. The tent, we included tent because Jiang gets lost too in terms of tent or covering. Jiang Man, they do carry their reeds though. This is Jiang, this is Man. So Jiang Man. I don't remember which man is which in terms of dream catchers. Like the vanilla man is prolong. Okay, this one's probably the weakest one. The prolong. Man, okay. These two are okay. Man to overflow is okay. Slow. Yeah, it's probably this. Man for prolong. Oh, climbing vine? That's kind of rough. These two are probably the roughest at the moment. Okay. The other Zhangs deal with length. Something else. Okay for now.
张慢黑痣
A 字. So couldn't think of what 字 is, what type of affliction or like problem. And then the black helps out with thinking of a mole as opposed to a rash. I was thinking more of a rash. So birthmark, right? Birthmarks typically refer to the mole. So adding black helps out. A 字.
黑痣。酒窖。
酒窖. 教 is the tone. I missed the tone, and I also missed the turn because 燥 is on the bottom. It's 教. And cellar, the closest thing that I habitually think of when I think of a cellar is I think of a wine cellar. So 酒窖 can help me with identifying it as the cellar.
酒窖。
Okay.
酒窖。黑痣。
Oh, I misspelled. Oh, I must have misspelled as well.
帐幔。干瘪。
Oh. Yen Zhuo. Wait. No. Yi Shuo. Yi Shou. Yi Shuo. What? I don't think it's yen.
艺硕。
I don't know what I typed. We'll just move on from there.
冰镜。
Bing. Bing is the weak one, and it's not quite weak because of its read. No, its read is pretty weak too. It's a special read, Bing, as opposed to ping, but Bing and ping are related. And then it's the translation, it's the meaning. It's close. So if we add jing, which is also close, near close. On the brink is a bit of a turn of phrase, but it's on the edge, it's close, it's nearby. Close to the edge, on the brink, on the verge of something. So maybe more so figurative. I don't know if it's literal or figurative yet.
冰镜。模范。
Mo fun. Mo is the weak one, and mo was the weak one for its meaning. So fun is model, and mo is imitate. So when you have a model, models tend to be imitations of something, or like an example of something. Excuse me.
模范。氢氧。
Qingyang. So gotta blend the two gases together. So qing is the hydrogen, right? And yang is the oxygen. They are gas and their respective reads. This is qing. This is yang. This is qing. This is yang. So qing yang. And which I guess it is worth practicing mentioning this. When I'm talking about radical sounds, I'm using the neutral. I use the neutral sound. So this is qing, yang, qing, yang. So I'm saying neutral. And then when I go to recognize the entire character, I use the tone. So qing, yang, right? Qing, yang, qing, qing, right? So these characters, these radicals, I refer to them in their neutral, initial, and final. That's, at least I'm making the attempt to do so. And then the quick way to remember this is hydrogen is that qing is also light, meaning like very light, and hydrogen is the hydrogen is the lightest of elements. So that's kind of how I differentiate from yang, which is oxygen. The sheep mnemonic for oxygen is like, it's not that great. Although this is called oxyhydrogen, I guess that's okay. It's an interesting way to refer to. So it's not quite clear what an oxyhydrogen is. Like what they're referring to. There are multiple forms and species of oxygen hydrogen. Like the first thought that I came to mind was, I don't know what they call an oxide, because an oxide is an oxyhydrogen, you know, minus the charge, I suppose.
氢氧
I guess this is kind of much more closer to the idea of hydrocarbon, right? It would be, I imagine, yang plus tan or something. So hydrocarbon, hydrogen plus carbon. And they refer to a hydrocarbon. And hydrocarbon is a class of things. So I'm presuming that oxyhydrogen is also a class of things.
真言
Zhen Zhen is obviously the weak one. Yan is a speech or words, right? Zhen is admonish, which is tough. Along with Jie. Zhen, I was kind of looking for Zhen Jie, Zhen Jie, Jie being the other admonish, but it turns out they're not paired together. Or maybe something like rule or instruct. We have admonish, I mean, admonition is fine. Exaltation. Exhortation? Exaltation? I'm actually unsure about this here. Let's then go with exhortation. There's another word that's fairly close to this too. A dictum. Alright, admonition is kind of tricky here because I'm thinking of more of a verb than a noun.
真言 喧嚣
Shen Xiao, Shen is the weaker one. No, Xiao is definitely weaker by recognition. Because, well, there's barely anything that looks like it. Closest is probably like Ku related. Or Qi related. Like machine or contraption or utensil. And in Xiao, there's no actual character that would give away anything that's remotely to Xiao. We're kind of lumping it together, relying on our mnemonic, right, for Xiao. The mnemonic for Xiao is something like Xena's in front of the barn and using a loudspeaker. Using loudspeakers and reading off the page to handle, I don't know, animals, something like that. To raise a hubbub about the animals. And hubbub is clamor. That's another way to say clamor. So when you add noisy hubbub, you're clamoring or to make noise. Shen is a bit on the weaker side for its meaning, more so than its breed, because that does look like Shen. If you remove the mouth and have Shen is on the right. That means to proclaim.
喧嚣 喧嚣
I need to type to clamor.
箴言，冰镜，清氧，模范，
Okie dokie. I was gonna start something today, and then I decided against it. Well, we'll do it after Flag Day. Today's Flag Day. 250 Flag Day. The 250th Flag Day. Let's get into our review here. I think we're looking at around 30 to 40 most of the time lately. We're gonna hold this routine for now. Bunpro is vastly consuming my current energy in planning. And then we're planning the monthly project. I was thinking I either start today or within the next week start the new project. I'm doing a little bit of background, deciding what to say. Every time I start a new monthly project, I have to think about how I'm gonna do the introduction day one.
凤，
That one got reinforced by Japanese, which is fairly nice. This is to prune or to cut. Oh. Rip. Hua, yeah. Paddle. Wow. That's different. Wait, hold up. I gotta make sure I'm not mistaking the... Could have sworn... Hold up. Yeah. Oh no. Just kidding. It's different. I didn't know if this is a simplification of that. Okay, maybe it's not to prune. Let's see if we can get something for paddle. An oar. An oar would work. So, what is that? Jiao, right? Oh no, jiang. Hua. One. Excuse me? Voila. Sweep. Okay. Huajiang. Oh, there's Huajiang, the thing that I was talking about. The paddle and oar put together. Oh, there is something about like making a sweep, like the paddling motion. I see what that is getting at. And calculate seems to... I can see how it can pivot to calculate. We're gonna use Huajiang, which is the one that I had in mind to get here. Okay.
Hua,
It's not the greatest. The mnemonic for the read. Hua is a bit weak on the read.
风，出，背，
It's fine.
那，
Hold. What type of na is this? It has a mouth in it. It's not whisper. Shouting. You gotta know it or you don't. There's really not much to do there. You're taking the N3 today? Wish you luck? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, I was curious when you were gonna take it. I thought because of your long absence, you have already taken it. And then you were gonna tell me about it the next time we talk. Good luck, good luck. Actually, I even thought you might have already started planning to head to Japan. James, good luck, good luck. What in the world? I immediately want to type.
G.
Dang it, it's G. I want to say it's give or bow. Probably hold with both hands. Oh, we can find another one. Yeah, you're heading there in 2 weeks. Been busy at working lately. I see. Yeah, because I was trying to think about the timing. Yeah, good luck, good luck. I'm excited for you. I can't wait to hear how it goes down. 2 weeks. 2 weeks right there. Looking forward to it. I won't hold you up, of course. Slap that N3. Holding with both hands. We can find holding with both hands. I think the holding with both hands that would work would be pung. Yes, pung. Oops, can I get a pun? Chung? Ji Chung? Ji Ying. Oh, scooping water using berry. Oh, that's interesting. Kaji. Go do your best. Very nice. Yep. Ganbatte. Ganbatte. Let's see. Jishui. That's interesting. Scoop up water with both hands. I was thinking they had like hold both hands. But this is kind of cute. It doesn't really help me with the scooping though, with both hands. Conspicuous. Chi. Interesting. We'll throw this in though. It's a visual thing. It's not okay. So there are two possibilities here. And I don't know which one comes up first. We're gonna go with Swan. Dang it. Okay. Oh, I have two possibilities here too. We're gonna go with... Dang it. That guy in your YouTube chat has an amazing forename. Yeah, James, right? Hey, could I ask you a question, or would you prefer me to wait to reach a better stopping point for my studies? No, that's fine. What is it? Oh, yeah. Person and narrow. The heck? It's probably Knight's Errant, right? Yeah. Dang it, Knight's Errant. Sandwich. Do you agree with the following statements? Or with the following statement? There is no successful argument for or against the existence of God such that ought to compel any rational person of the truth of either statement. Assuming God has the qualities of omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. And would your answer change if you added the quality of omnibenevolence? Okay, well, the first question, right? The first question would be, would I agree with the following statement? That's a paradox, unfortunately. If I agree with it, then we're making an agreement on something that can't be agreed upon. And then would my answer change if I added the qualities of omnibenevolence? Same thing. It would be a paradox. If I agree to something that's you can't agree to because of there's no successful arguments, then it'd be a paradox. So I would say I both agree or disagree with it. Why can't it be agreed upon if you agree? That's like agreeing to disagree. Since there's no successful argument for the thing you're asking, there really isn't anything to agree upon. I guess you could argue I'm agreeing to disagree, which is, agreeing to disagree. Unless you're talking about I guess you could say, is the statement sound? The statement that you made is sound. I mean, I guess it is. I still think it's a paradox. Then there's no successful arguments for or against the existence of God. Then you have neither things to agree or disagree upon. And then because of that, the assumptions that you're making, so you don't agree there are any successful arguments for or against God given those attributes, I don't agree or disagree with the lack or existence because there aren't successful arguments against or for against God's existence. Like, it's both. The statement you're making is paradoxical, so it's both. I neither agree nor disagree. That would be the agreement. So there are or no, since there are no successful arguments for or against, then there's nothing I can agree upon because there are no successful things. So you could argue, I guess that's a statement of agreeing with the statement you made. Whether that gives you some catharsis or not, that's certainly it. And changing any of its assumptions, there's no compelling argument for them, so I wouldn't change anything. You're saying assuming God has the qualities of all of them, the three, and then would it change if you had the fourth? Well, there's no evidence for any of those things. So if you assume something, then yes, then it's true. If accept it as true. So if you assume the God had those four qualities, then I would have to agree with you because we're making the assumption. If we're presuming or trying to prove something, I can't agree nor disagree with any of it because there's no sound, successful argument for either. That's probably what I would say. So if you presume, or if you assume, you're telling me, I assume these things to be true, then I would agree with you. I agree with you that you assume those things to be true. If you're asking me, so if the question is, are you asking me, can I assume these four things, these attributes? The answer is no, I can't, because I can neither prove for or against those things. So technically, I would say, presume what things to be true, the attributes? Yes, because you said, assuming God has the qualities of those three things, right? And would my answer change if it had the quality of omnipotence? Well, if I'm assuming it's true, then I would agree with you. You're dictating whether it is assuming them or not. So, assuming God has all the three qualities or the four qualities, then it's true because I'm assuming it's true. So then I would agree with you. Now, in the beginning, I'm not sure how that's attached to the first part. I'm seeing two different things here. So you're saying, like, do I agree with the statement there's no successful arguments for or against existence of God? I would agree with that because you've included all the choices, right? Like, for example, if I ask you, is this bad or good or everything in between? Would you agree that this is either bad or good and anything in between? You would say yes, because you included all the options. Like, would you agree that I don't know everything about this subject? Well, the odds are 99.9% I don't know everything about this subject, and 0.1% I do know everything about this subject. So you would typically agree, because you included all the choices. Or all the choices we're capable of knowing. Now, when someone starts a statement and say they're assuming something, I would agree with them because it has to be true. If you're asking me, do I assume these things? The answer is no, because I have neither things to assume. I don't have enough evidence to assume anything. So I don't know if God is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, or omnibenevolent, because there are no successful arguments for or against the existence of God. That ought to compel any rational person to know the truth of either statement. Certainly. Hear me out. A rational person can still make assumptions, which is what followed after your second statement. Your second statement, like assuming you're a rational person, right? Like assuming, so I'm a rational person, assuming you're a rational person. You just made a statement that assumed properties ascribed to God, which is omnipotence, omniscience, omnipresence, and omnibenevolence. Now, can I even assume that about anything in my observable universe, like any person? I can't even assume that about a person. Like a person is omnibenevolent, for example, like someone who is truly altruistic, right? True altruism. I can't even assume that. So we don't need to technically use a figurative person or not figurative person to answer that question. So I'm not assuming because I can't. However, a rational person can compel themselves to believe something by assuming that it's true. I'm not entirely sure if that's what you were getting at, but rational people can believe in the existence of something that is irrational. Like, I don't know, hope, coincidences, something like that. Something that doesn't necessarily require omnipotence, omniscience, or omnipresence, or largely it's omnipotence or omniscience. Otherwise, it'd be very difficult to have a discussion about a hypothetical, in my opinion. Oh no, sorry, you meant assuming somewhat presented to you. No, sorry, you meant assuming somewhat presented to you with the idea that a god with those attributes exist. That's again assuming. Okay, that's assuming. Would you think that one cannot present an argument for or against that God's existence, or do you think one could present a convincing argument either for or against that God's existence? A rational person can present a narrative by assuming the truth. Because if you don't have an argument against for or against, you are free to make assumptions. So the reason why there is a large discussion about the existence of God or the existence of a higher order is that there are no strong, compelling arguments for either for or against its existence. And it takes rational people to create assumptions and attributes that exist in order to form a narrative. So you could, again, something that doesn't exist doesn't explain anything. Like, so if you can't produce converging evidence, one is free to make assumptions for argument's sake, for like hypotheticals. Like if something doesn't exist, it opens the room for hypotheticals. So I would say, can a rational person present something rational about a topic that doesn't have any convincing evidence either for or against? Yes, they can. Largely because a null result does not prove anything. So if something doesn't exist, you can assume it does. And you can try to prove it. It doesn't prove that it doesn't exist. So when you're making the argument, there's no successful argument for or against. It doesn't prove anything. So you can agree or disagree with it because it has no proof. So you're more than free to presume something. If you say that, like if a rational person comes up to me and say, God exists because these are the things they observed that makes them think that God exists. And I'm like, I have no reason to doubt you. Because I don't have any arguments against. Like if that person is presuming, like assuming it's real and these are the converging evidence for that, since I have nothing against it, I can't weaken their position either. So taking the perspective, if you're asking me if I'm going to go out of my way to present a narrative to convince you the existence of God, I would choose not to. That doesn't mean it exists, and that doesn't mean I'm making a stance that God does not exist or does exist. I simply chose not to like take a stance or something against or for that because I have no reason. I can't curate anything other than presuming or assuming it exists and then trying to find converging evidence for that. It'd be interesting to hear. I do hear a lot of very rational people talk about these things. So I think one of the undertones of your question is it possible to believe in something without evidence and still have it be rational? Like a person who believes in something, they can only be considered rational if they had a sound argument of for or against its existence, right? Like existing things. To be against something doesn't mean it's a null thing. You can have evidence against something, right? So the idea is, the undertone of the question is, can a rational person assume something about something that doesn't have any evidence or like evidence they can observe? And I would say yes, because we make hypothetical situations occur all the time. Like what I mean is when we discuss things, the act of agreement and argument is based on the ability to accept something, right? So if we're assuming something, then we are rational people making agreement on things that do not have evidence a lot of times. Not that it happens all the time. It happens very often. Like hypothesis-driven research. You're assuming something. Oftentimes when you're assuming something, it may or may not have the evidence yet. you're going to go and try to convince yourself it is, right? So you'll gather enough converging evidence to assume that beyond a reasonable doubt that this exists. It doesn't confirm that it actually exists. In many cases, like when you say, oh, I'm going to use this data to extrapolate the future of climate change, which we talk about on a very, very frequent matter. Like in the next 3 years, this will happen because of our observable evidence. It's not real yet, right? It doesn't exist yet. It hasn't happened. No, extrapolation, prediction, right? Extending from your observable evidence, predicting things, it hasn't happened yet. So if you want to make an argument about believing something to be true without any evidence technically to support its existence, you can look to statistics and predictable models and like prediction markets and whatnot. Data creates a very sound argument that rational people can believe something to be true when it doesn't exist. And it happens on a daily basis, in my opinion. Which, for the record, the only reason I'm picking this topic is because yesterday I was watching an episode of Teach You a Lesson, and it was about gambling. Like, this show that Fictitious suggested has all sorts of me, like, pondering about the way people think. So, for me, yes, it is very rational for rational people to believe in something that doesn't exist yet and still find that they have a sound argument with evidence that they observe outside of the existence of that thing. So, like the heat depth of the universe, for example, or anything you use predictively is an assumption you're making or a presumption you're making about the future based on evidence that exists now, but it doesn't exist yet. So science fiction, for example, writing, right? Writing science fiction, that's one of those things. Like, they don't exist, but do you believe they will exist one day? Flying cars? Well, technically flying cars, there are experimental models of flying cars. Now, industrial mass-produced flying cars? Probably not. In air taxi, I just saw the first prototype, right, launch for air taxis. It didn't exist before. So if you did rational people envision that? And I was like, well, yes, I suppose at some point. And there was no reason to believe those things to be true. Like, simultaneously being able to communicate with someone hundreds of miles away and yet feel like it's a common day thing to simultaneously interact with someone without physically being next to them. That is a belief at one point, right? That was something that, and so I know I'm taking it away from the God argument. Like, I understand God is a very, what's the center point of your thing. Since we can't make a successful argument for or against, we simply assume, right? So we go back to the God thing. If you assume God to be omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnibenevolence, you can probably rationally see those things. Like, you can make a compelling argument to see those things. Is it confirmation bias? Certainly. Right? It's certainly confirmation bias. You think you understand, but please correct me if I'm wrong. If someone walked up to me and said, hey, Maku, I think a God exists who is omni, you think there are any successful arguments that would convince a rational sense that God, which I think exists, does or does not exist? And you would reply, given that definition of God, I think there are no successful arguments for or against that God exists. I would think there are no successful arguments for or against that God exists. Yes, I would say that my thoughts are. Now, if that person continued and said, hey, Maku, I think God exists who is omni, right? Who is omni something, right? Omni something. And then they say, well, you see, like, look at how the oceans work. The oceans participate in this because some all-knowing being was able to plan all this. So the premise is that this person assumes that God is an all-knowing being. So naturally, if I assume what they assume, then everything else follows is rational. If God is omnipotent because they're assuming God is omnipotent, then everything is part of his plan. So if I was trying to be sensitive to that person, like if they were asking me what my thoughts are about their thoughts, I would provide a rational response to their thoughts. However, the person, if they were asking me, then I would provide a rational thought about what I think, not what I think about what their thought is. They were asking me whether, like they think they're saying, I think God exists, who is omnipotent. They didn't ask me what I thought. So the likelihood of me replying what I thought without them asking me would be unlikely. So when someone says, I think God exists, he's omnipotent, or he or she or it is omnipotent, and then and that's all they said, right? All they said about that is like, oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. And like, if they would ask me, it's like, hey, here, I'll give you some examples. And like, yeah, you can name anything. God is omnipotent. Anything is an example of God's existence. When you presume and assume that there is an all-knowing being, then anything you know, by rationale, like being rational, because I want to assume that person is rational. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that person is rational. I'm not saying the person can't be irrational. I'm assuming that person is rational because they're presenting an argument to me. So if they suggest and presume that their God that they're looking for is omnipotent, then they can cite anything they want, and I would agree with them. Because that's what they believe. Now, they didn't ask me, what do you think, Maku? Like, I think there's this person comes up, this hypothetical person comes up and say, I think there's a God and they're omnipotent. What do you think? Now, they could ask me, what do you think about God? What do you think about my God? Or what do you think about what I said? So those are like very different things. If someone asked me, what do you think of what I just said? I would say, well, assuming that God is omnipotent, then I would believe any evidence you present would be sound. Because it can be ascribed to God. So to connect with this person, right? Now let's go into this a little bit more with the diagram, because a diagram is very useful for this like type of argument or this type of thinking process. So we have this hypothetical. Can you stop spinning Wheel of Death now? Okay, all right. So we have the hypothetical. You know, this stranger comes up to me, right? Then they present that God exists. And they say God is omni, right? And the question that follows is what's important. If they ask, what do I think? So me think. Now they have to determine what? Their opinion? Their thoughts? You know, their thought. I'm going to use their thought. Or my thought. So I would have to identify which one they're asking. Are they asking for what do I think about this statement? Or what are my thoughts about the topic, right? The topic of God. That's one of the things that I would immediately think about. And then obviously they could go even further and approach me, and then they would add their evidence. And my first thought is, I would typically, if they ask me about their thought would follow logically. If God is omni, then evidence is everywhere. So in order to relate to this person, like they're asking me what my thoughts are about this person's thoughts. If they presented that God is omni and evidence, and any, like, if they present some evidence, let's say they specifically presented evidence that their personal evidence, or they like data evidence or third-party observations. Omni includes all of these things. So I would say, that sounds reasonable. Provided that God is omni, all your evidence is sound. Because they're asking me what my thoughts are about their thoughts. I would probably use my rationale. Now, if they ask me what my thoughts are, right, about the topic, or about their thought, my thought specific, I'm like, I don't know. That's probably what I would say. Like, unfortunately, I neither agree nor disagree with your thoughts. I think they exist. There are many thoughts about something I don't understand exist. Would you believe me if I said you had a definition of God that would have to convince? Would you believe me if you said you had a definition of God that would have to convince every rational person that God exists? A definition of it? Yeah. As long as you believe in it. Oh, wait, you're asking me? If I believe that you have a statement like that, I wouldn't know. Odds are, if I gave you a rational response. So, let's say, so you claim, right? You claim that you have a definition, right? Your claim is there's a definition pertaining to God's existence. At least this is how I'm interpreting your thing. That would convince rational people. I'm not going to say every, but every is kind of strong. So let's just say every rational person. And then you claim you have this about every rational person, and you're asking me to believe you that this exists, right? Like, you have this. You have it now, right? That would convince every person. My personal thoughts is, my first response would be the odds are against you. That would be my only statement. That would be the most rational thing I could say in that case. The odds are against you. And where do I get these odds? So then I have to present the case, right? So here's my presentation of why the odds are against you. It would mean that you would have to know every rational person, right? Because your claim is every rational person. So you would actually have to know them. Then you would have to understand all of them. Every rational person. in order for you to claim this. Which makes the odds against you. Because your belief is that it would. So the key word is it would. It's like the assumption, it's like assuming God is omni. So you're claiming that you would, as in you're assuming it to be true, that you can convince every rational person. So when you're asking me to believe you, I believe you. I have no problems with that, because you're making the assumption that you know everyone, you know every rational person. That would give you confidence that you would have to convince every rational person, or would convince everyone. And the odds are against you because you would have to know all of them, and you would also have to understand every rational person in order to present a definition that would convince them. So lots of hypotheticals here. Usually when I talk about things like able to convince everyone or no one, never, always, the first kind of statement that I would make is that's a very bold statement. Your argument is incredibly bold, or your suggestion is incredibly bold. The idea is I'm using rationale. So if I'm a rational person, the first thing I would say is, okay, let's look at your conditions. Well, first, have you fulfilled the condition of omnipotence or omniscience? That means you have to know every rational person and understand every rational person in order to make the claim that you have a definition that would convince all of them, right? Evidentiary support, right? Since you don't have evidence that you know or understand every person, then it would be implied that you're assuming you know every rational person, which makes it bold and makes it a assumption that you're making. You're assuming that every rational person is whatever model of rationality that you have in order to make a comfortable statement like that. For myself, I would be very apprehensive. I would identify what the rational people that I'm referring to are to the best of my ability, and then infer that there's a chance I'm not omniscient or omnipotent, that I'm merely speculating, right? Because the odds are against me. Much like the argument or the conditions of proving God's existence, when God in himself or herself or whoever that entity is often considered omni, right? So it takes an omni person to convince everyone, right? You have to be omni to convince every of something as well. So I think that argument stands on its own, where those who believe God exists, God can be omni. Those who can resonate with that idea are also those who speak about themselves as omni, which is making statements, absolute statements like, I think this is the best thing since sliced bread and everyone should do this. That's omnipotence. At least that's how the internet makes it feel. Like, if you're going to fail if you don't do this, I know. That's omnipotence and omniscience. Predictable, and like predictability. You can predict the future, right? So rationale comes with that, in my opinion. I'm not saying the person is irrational. I think there are plenty of people who are rational about these things, and when they make arguments that deal with everyone or like 99% of certain cases, especially when it comes to human behavior, I don't quite see a difference, too much of a difference, than believing God is omnipotent. I think it's reflexive. Like, what I mean is it's very reflective of the person in general. You have beliefs in order to make yourself feel self-important. So for myself, like if you ask me, do I have any of those feelings? Well, I do. I believe in the good nature of everyone. I genuinely believe that people are good. So if we have to think about God adjacent, right? I believe people are inherently good. Now, you can use what I just did here to destroy this argument. And I'm perfectly rational. I think I'm perfectly rational here. Like I'm a rational human being. I'm at times, right? Not all the time. I'm not going to be rational all the time. Beliefs require something like that. So you can make the same argument. Well, you don't know everyone, right? I'm saying people are inherently good, and someone can say, well, there's no evidence. You don't have evidence for or against this. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And yet I can still find it compelling enough to believe in this. So that's where the whole like rational, irrational thing comes in. So I am a rational person in some way. However, I can make beliefs in things that are, you could argue, are irrational because there's no evidence to believe that. Like someone will ask me, well, how can you prove that people are inherently good? I can't. Rationally, I can't. Like I'm going to need a lot of insurmountable and unachievable, at least in my opinion, unachievable evidence that people are inherently good. Because for every instance that I can find the goodness in people, the people that I don't understand or the people that are beyond my peripheral vision or something, they can prove that people are inherently bad. So there are people out there who believe that human nature is inherently bad. And in either case, there is no strong evidence for or against either of these that are sufficient enough to definitively prove one or the other. It would require omniscience and bad meaning immoral. Bad meaning immoral? No. Bad meaning undesirable. Immoral would require omniscience and omnipotence. Undesirable simply requires someone's own preference. I usually use, and good is desirable. So when I say people are inherently good, I mean that people are desirable. There are qualities that are desirable to any one person. There's gonna be a person who desires something about someone else or presents something desirable either to themselves or to another person. And then they are also, like, my argument is, when I believe people are inherently good, that doesn't mean there aren't people who are inherently bad. So this is not or. We're not doing a or strategy here. We're talking about both. When someone asks me what do I want to highlight, I want to highlight the desirable qualities in people, not the undesirable qualities in people. And it can be the same people. There are inherently desirable and undesirable qualities of every single person. Do you think undesirability cannot be human nature? Undesirability and desirability cannot be human nature? I don't know. We will require a non-human to tell us. This is asking the question of living in a system. Like, we're humans, so there aren't any things that are not human nature because it's through our lens. So and then you can further ask, well, if a non-human presents their case to a human, would the human believe the non-human? Rationally, yes. It is possible rationally. Irrationally, yes too, right? I said rationally because you could make the same argument about God again, right? Where a non-human believes in a God, and then they try to describe their God to you. Would a human believe that? Well, a human has the capacity to believe anything. Because it's human. So now the question is then human nature being undesirable is a self-defeating statement? You're talking about people are inherently bad? That's not true. There are undesirable things about human nature and desirable things about human nature. That is human nature. Having neither would be something that's not human nature. It's self-defeating if you make an argument neither exist. Like, no one is saying human nature being undesirable. They're saying humans can be inherently bad. Like, you broke the argument down to you're assuming that if it's A, then it can't be B. Like, A equals not B. In order for it to be self-defeating, it's that human nature is being undesirable, so it can't be desirable. Like, what I mean is, it's not this. But if someone believed that human nature is undesirable, they're saying humans are inherently bad, undesirable. Like, they have undesirable qualities. Is an expression of human nature, then it has to be self-defeating, no? If human nature is undesirable, is an expression of human nature, then it has to be self-defeating? What is it defeating? It's self-defeating if negative equals defeat. And undesirable equals defeat. I'm not insinuating that. You are. So here's the assumption you're making. You're arguing that negative equals defeat and positive equals, I don't know, success, maybe. And that negative is always separated from positive. Something that's undesirable is also desirable. Like, they are together. So if human nature is undesirable and desirable is an expression of human nature, then it does not self-defeat itself. Or you're saying that something undesirable is optional. Like, it can be just dispensed with, right? Like, it defeats itself because if human nature is undesirable, it can't be that. It has to be desirable in order to be an expression of human nature. I don't understand that. Like, it's kind of like saying a ball is round and that's undesirable. So it's self-defeating. I'm not entirely sure. Like, so, like, say the ball express I'm round, and because being round is undesirable, they're defeating themselves. I'm not entirely sure I get what you're saying about the whole self-defeating thing. Human nature has undesirable things. Thus, they have desirable things. It is not composed strictly of undesirable things and strictly of desirable things. So whenever I feel like someone states that people are inherently bad, as in they have undesirable things, it's not saying that those undesirable things, like those people who are undesirable, have desirable things by other people. Like, that's why I say when you said immoral as opposed to undesirable, immoral will imply that there's a like a tenet of absolution. Like, there's good and there's evil. That's immoral. It is dictated with omniscience. It's coming from the perspective that everyone agrees on what is good, what is evil. Undesirable, I use the word undesirable and desirable because that's coming from the perspective of a human being. Of a human being. There are things that people desire, and there are things that people do not desire. And if you ask any one person, they will have things that are desirable and undesirable, and they may not be the same thing. Hence why and that was my intent behind the word undesirable and desirable. It is to humanize this. Morality, it is a human thing, for sure. Morality requires that there is a higher order, in my opinion. You could make the argument that, oh, you're just simply talking about a human, where they were determining whether it's immoral or not. It's like, that's fair. That's a fair blend of these. When you were, in my opinion, what I was inferring from when you said bad as in immoral, I think you're referring, excuse me if I'm being too presumptuous, right? Like, you can correct me if I'm being presumptuous. When you wanted to say bad is immoral, you are assuming a higher order, as in every human being agrees on what is immoral and moral. And my inclination was like, okay, well, yes, like immoral in the sense of being undesirable and desirable. Like, do not do harm to one another. That is kind of a morality thing, right? Like, never do harm onto others. That's a sense of morality. Now, when you ask a human being what their desire and undesirable qualities of a human is, that a human does harm and their profession is to do harm. Is that desirable or undesirable to a human being? Well, you can't really answer that question until you ask the human being. So it's the same courtesy that I give to other people, where when they say they believe that God exists and here are the reasons, I'm like, if that's how you think about it, then I feel like it's a rational thing. If God is omniscient and they presented evidence of it, it can be any evidence. I'm not making a claim on whether that's sound or not. Like, I'm not telling them, oh, that's a irrational way of thinking about things, or your thought is immoral. Like when someone says something like, I wish I was rich because I would know what to do with that money, right? They could say that, and you could argue, well, that's very undesirable. You're a greedy person and you're an arrogant and prideful person. That would be an undesirable quality. Now, it can change because that person would say something like, oh, I desire all the money in the world because then I would do something that agrees with you, and that becomes a desirable trait in that person. So whether it's moral or immoral often deals with like in agreement with everyone. So I wanted to make sure that when I say people are inherently good, I'm talking about people inherently want desirable things. like whatever they desire. My desire is to help people. So that is desirable to me. Another human being can come up to me and say, well, you're helping someone I dislike. That's undesirable. Now I'm making an expression about human nature. It's not self-defeating. Now, I'm not entirely sure what you were referring to, so you could clarify with me. If human nature is undesirable, how is it self-defeating? You could argue that the whole self-defeating thing is human nature. Like, human nature is self-destructive, cyclic, and cyclic in argument, and the very nature of our discussion is a reflection of human nature, which then goes back to the argument of paradoxes. The stuff you talk about God, the way you refer and ask me these hypotheticals, they're a paradox. They argue against themselves. They're cyclic arguments, right? And you could make an argument, oh, that's human nature. And then I would say, well, it's hard to know what human nature is if you're trying to summarize human nature because we're human. It would take another entity that is not human to really tell us about our nature. So we can do that type of arguments back and forth, and I would then agree with you. So, like, if you believe that human nature is undesirable, that means that all of humans, or whatever that I'm guessing what you're trying to refer to, is that it's human nature to find human nature undesirable, is, I think, the argument that is self-defeating, right? If it is human nature to dislike human nature, like find human nature undesirable, then they can't possibly make a comment about human nature. And that could be self-defeating. You could say that. Like, you think you may be wrong that it's self-defeating. Your thought process was thoughts, beliefs, and feelings are expression of human nature, right? Human nature, right? Someone believes that human nature is undesirable, right? So they believe that in their human nature is that human nature is undesirable, right? Therefore, their belief of human nature is self as an expression, so that, yeah. So this is how it would be self-defeating, right? Now, the problem I have with this is that they're expressing their human nature of other people's human nature. That's how something becomes undesirable. They are not necessarily saying that human nature has only undesirable things. So it's rarely ever self-defeating. The thing you said requires omniscience. It requires, for God's sake, you always end up answering your comments as you type them. Sorry. Yeah, so it requires omniscience and omnipotence to suggest that a statement is inclusive. So for me, that's true. Like, if a human being is claiming to be omniscient and they are truly omniscient, then yes, it would definitely be a self-defeating comment. Like, if they were truly omniscient and they're saying that human nature is undesirable, then they would defeat their own argument, right? Because they can't possibly make the comment if they already found human nature to be undesirable, for sure. For sure. If their statement was solely about their own human, then it would be self-defeating. Whatever they know, yeah, probably. Well, as long as they're omniscient. I think as long as they're omniscient. It still comes down to, in my opinion, if there's a human that is omniscient, omni, and they made a comment about human nature, at least in my opinion, that rejects it, right? We're calling about undesirable as a rejection of human nature. Then it's hard to it's hard to know, like, okay, this person knows everything about human nature and they reject human nature. So are they even human? I don't know. I mean, it's self-defeating regardless. Like, it's contradicting itself. It's weakening its own argument. Like, oh, I know everything about human nature, and I think you should reject human nature. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Now, the thing that I usually refer to, so I want to make sure that we have this clear, right? Now here's the things. I assume, here's the assumption I'm making. We have to be clear what I'm assuming so that I can take accountability. I assume humans are not omni whenever I say these things. Now, if you're going to ask me, what is your evidence to prove humans are not omni? I don't have sufficient evidence for or against the idea that any one human is not omni. I'm assuming this to be true. So I'm a rational person who is making the inference that humans are not omni. So when I go to say that I, as a human being who is not omni, believe that people are inherently good, I'm referring to the idea that humans have desirable qualities. They all have desirable qualities. So that is the assumption I'm making. Now, is this true? Well, the obvious counter argument is like, well, you're saying humans are not omni, yet you're making an omni statement. It's like, yep, that's what we call irrational. It's irrational. It's a belief. It's why I use the word believe. I believe that all humans, or like humans in general, they are not omni, which includes myself. I don't know everything. I don't know every human. Right? And I still believe that it is inherently, like, humans are inherently good. They have desirable things. They desire things. They see undesirable things too, which whenever someone says like, oh, well, they also have inherent undesirable things, right? Or bad things, so to speak. And I agree with them because I'm not omni. So that means that both of these statements can be true. They can also both be false. Humans are not omni. So to go back to the very first point you made, I'm a rational person. At least I qualify myself as a rational person who can have irrational things because I'm human, right? Like, one of the things about being human is that where there's rationality, there's also irrationality. So where there is something desirable, there's also something undesirable for every particular human. It's so difficult being human, right? Being human is very difficult to know if you can think of something without a relative. So what I mean is, like, can a person be completely rational? I almost feel like that requires a rejection of humanity. It's very difficult, right, since I'm human. It's very difficult for me to engage in a conversation where you're not making an inference of coexistence of things. So when I make a statement, I kind of take that for granted. So that's my problem. That's my fault. My fault is that in order to be rational, I can't reject this, basically. That's a double negative, but in order to be rational, when I say something is if all humans have something inherently good, it is rational to think that they also have something inherently bad, because bad and good are rationally together. In order to form rationality of what is good and what is bad, you have to know what is good and what is bad. It's not just good and just bad for a human. Now, there are you can talk about biblical people or like saints and stuff. Then they are no longer human. That's kind of the hypothetical, right? The hypothetical is, in order to not be human, you can, go beyond the bounds of it. So that means there are inherently all good people, like an entity that is all good without knowing bad, like something that's incapable of bad. And for me, that's irrational. So you must believe in that. Personally, like I believe that I really earnestly could try to believe that everyone is all good. Like every person is all exclusively good, and that person is a human being. For myself, it's not my acceptance of human nature. Human nature requires that you have both and everything in between. That's what makes humans humans. Actually, you'll argue that they don't have to be omnipotent, as even if they know very little about their own human nature, their belief that their own human nature is undesirable, that belief itself is known to them, sure, which means it's self-defeating to them, or it's self-defeating to you, not to them. As even though what they believe can't know, they do know they hold that belief. Yeah, they know they hold that belief, but you are telling them that they are self-defeating. They don't believe you. You think your previous comment is logically sound? You're quite proud of it? Yeah, from your perspective. Like, you can tell someone that they sound self-defeating based on your belief. They would tell you otherwise that it's self-defeating. Fair enough. Here's the thing. It goes around. So, hear me out. So, someone knows. Let's just say they don't need to be omnipotent. They know they themselves believe, bad, right? Believe bad. So then they know that it's bad in themselves, so self-defeating, right? No, if someone were to hold the belief that their own human nature is undesirable, that is self-defeating. Yes, if they said it is themselves, but they didn't say that. Like, you're making the case that when someone says human nature is undesirable, they always include themselves. So if they do include themselves, as in you think they are including themselves, then yes, it's self-defeating. And you can find humans like that. They're called depressed human beings. Or self-deprecating human beings. Or self-destructive. Low self-esteem. Right? Because they think they think human nature is undesirable, including themselves. Depressed, self-deprecating, self-destructive, low self-esteem. It is literally self-defeating. I agree. What you're saying in this example is that you claim that if you find someone like that is an example. Not include, I'm saying if someone holds that belief just about their own human nature, not making any claims about anyone else, human being, is self-defeating, with or without it. That's really being pedantic. You are saying that about them. Because if you're making the argument that it is self-defeating, I'm accepting your premise. If it's self-defeating, then they wouldn't say it. Unless you want to make the argument they're irrational. Which you haven't been treating them as irrational. You were talking about someone who's rational. If they're irrational, it doesn't really matter. But if you're like, in my opinion, the point you're inferring is you're talking about a rational person who's being self-defeating because they have to realize they're self-defeating, or you're trying to indicate to them that they're self-defeating rationally. They can believe anything they want if they're irrational. So I ruled out that you're not making the argument that they're irrational. They're actually, you're saying that I'm saying if someone believes. Oh, you're saying that if someone believes? Yeah. If someone believes this, then yes, they would be self-defeating. They would also be very irrational. This would be incredibly daunting. However, if you're saying the rationale, like you're talking about the rationality, like, is it rational to think this? No, it isn't. Like if you're saying someone tells you about human nature and they say human nature is undesirable. My own human nature is undesirable. And then your thought is, well, that's self-defeating. What do I take from that? Right? What do they take from that? Well, they're not being rational. When you're trying to make trying to point out that, right? If you believe, if you're saying if someone believes that, then you're making an argument. Isn't that self-defeating? It's like rationally it's self-defeating. Yeah, it's rational self-defeating. And that's more so what you meant, the abstract rationality of the belief rather than it would mean for a real person to claim that. Yeah, it is. It's irrational. Which makes humans, in my opinion. Like, for example, here's a good one. Helping people because they need it. This one gets me. I ask myself this question a lot. And then if we apply, I'm not going to try to break this down too much. I think a lot of the stuff that we talked about makes this a really complicated statement. Like, there are people who choose to help, right? Because they believe whoever they want to help needs it. And then you can apply the whole, does the person have to be omniscient? What is human nature doing and all that? Because there are ways of talking about this. People who choose to help, like for example, as a evidence of human nature, are always good. This one gets me a lot. And you're probably not surprised how I would answer this or respond to this. When someone says like, oh, you're such a nice person because you're always helping people. Right? And my first thought is, well, you wouldn't know if I'm a good person. Like, you wouldn't actually know if I'm a good person. For this instance, you have reason to believe that I am a good person because you've seen me helping someone. Whether it is always good to help someone, or whether someone who's always helping is always good, requires rational thought. However, it can end up being self-defeating. So the person need or help itself decides whether you choose to help them. It needs no justifying to decide whether you choose to help them. Yeah, I that's one way to look at it. Isn't that crazy? I don't. I obviously this is irrational because this is not the way I think about it. I think about it the other way. So when someone asks me, am I a good person, right? You're making the assumption that good people, so here's what most people use as a point of rationale. Good people like to help others. So then they find people in need. Okay? That's what the comment that I typically have with other people. When they say, I'm a good person, I like to help others. So I find people I can help, right? Or I see people I can help and I help them. That makes me a good person. For me, I see people, they ask me for help. And therefore, I can do good. And notice, I can do good. Possibly do good. Does that make me a good person? You don't know. You don't know if it makes you a good person. It's hard. So whenever someone asks me, like, or compliments me, I don't think of it that way. When someone says like, oh yeah, you're always so like detail oriented, or you seem to always have like a great demeanor about life and always available and whatnot, you must be a good person. And my first thought is, most of the stuff that you're citing isn't necessarily going to prove if I'm a good person. It's the circumstance that ended up defining me versus me defining the circumstance. Now, I'm not saying that there's one good way or bad way. Again, both of these things exist, right? This way is ethnocentric. Or you could argue, not ethno, sorry, egocentric. This way is egocentric. This is, I don't even know what you would call it, circumstantial. This is situational or circumstantial. So here's how I describe my disposition or desirability. So how do I explain my desirability and undesirability? So if from a perspective of a desirable quality, it would be reliable. I am a reliable person. Now, undesirable could be seen as someone who is not noble. Because in order to be noble, one has to have the elements of their ego to be that quality in order to go out of their way to do it. Whenever I'm describing how can I be helpful, my response is make yourself available. I'm trying to produce like opposites, like contrasting opposites for like effect. So it's not inclusive. It's not all inclusive. But I'm using deliberate polar like contrasting things to create a bit of a provocative like contrast, right? To allow the appreciation for it. So for me, I make myself available. So therefore I can do good. For others, they choose when to do good. This blends in with the whole idea of being nice versus being kind, which we talked about before. I'm not a kind person a lot of times. I'm a nice person. Most of the things I do is I make myself available and show people what I have to offer. I don't go out of my way to help people. It looks the same when you see it in action. Like the results, when someone is looking at the results, right? Which is basically like how often you do good, right? Like good as in good deeds, not good as in well, good deeds. How often do you do good deeds? For myself, I do good my good deeds, or the things that I do may look the same as someone else, but the driver is different, right? I believe that people have desirable qualities. So to go back to the inherently good thing, in order for me to not like conflict with myself, basically like have a shouting match with myself every single day, I choose to believe that there are desirable qualities in everyone. So they have things that they desire. They also have things that they do not desire. However, when they do not desire something, if they think that human beings are undesirable, like other human beings outside themselves are undesirable, I don't interact with that. Remember that null stuff, right? When you think of null behavior, just because you don't witness it doesn't mean they don't exist. So I'm not saying there aren't bad people out there. I'm choosing to act upon a belief that I can use the good things. I can confirm the good things. So when I make myself available, I know what I have to offer. And when no one asks me to offer anything, I show what I can offer. And then they will decide, the person or the people or whatever will decide if what I have to offer is desirable. Because I do believe I have desirable qualities too, as well as everyone else. And because they have an active desire, they also understand what it is that they desire. Which is why I typically say I'm a nice person. I'm not a kind person. Because I could be helping your enemy for all I know. Right? Like two people who fight each other, I'm nice to both of them. Am I kind to one or the other? They could see it as being unkind, as in me taking sides at any one time, or not taking sides, an inability to take sides. And usually I favor a person who is egocentric would suggest that I favor the person who desires my quality more. That would be an unfortunate conflict of interest. Like, for example, if someone pulled my attention, right? If there is a person who asks me for help, is it me being ignoring everyone else? Well, no, because I'm doing what I can for those who are inherently good, as in those who know what they desire, know that I have desirable qualities, and that's how I do things. Nice people rarely choose sides. they don't choose sides. They are a product of their circumstance. So for myself, that's how I operate. It's hard for me to look at a human being and say, oh, this human is worth more than the other human, because this human is inherently immoral and this human is ethically sound. So because of that, I have chosen what is good, and therefore I decide who to help. I do that still. Like, I'm not saying I don't do this. It's more like 60% of the time I'm nice and 40% of the time I'm kind. I choose when I'm able to be nice. And this deals with omniscience as well. So if we take it all the way back to the God thing, the immoral thing, in order to be egocentric, you also tend to see yourself as omni in your own sphere. So back to your self-defeating comment, right? Well, usually humans don't make self-defeating comments. So when they are egocentric and they are also rational, they are omni in the sense of their beliefs. As in their own universe, they are the king of their universe, or the queen, or what have you. They are omni within all of the things they choose to believe, right? So if they are rational, they are usually talking about the desirable things, not the undesirable things. And if they do talk about the undesirable things, depression, self-deprecation, all of those things, they're irrational. They're going to be irrationally unstable. So I agree with you to incorporate your self-defeating thing. So generally speaking, when someone's egocentric, they will say something in the reflection of their topic. In order to help others, they would have to justify whether it is morally acceptable or, rationally and morally aligned with their interest. And then they will find people in need. So they will be kind to the people they want to help. They are not indiscriminate in their choices. And that reflects in the way people talk. So when someone asks me a question and it is inferring a morality or a very specific side, I adapt to that. Because the question is given to me. So you, Procol, are the one to ask me the questions. So in that way, I shape my perspective around that. We could try the other way. However, it would mean that I would have to do something that I typically don't do very often, which is to project my opinions strongly. And it gets a little hairy because technically then you would have to ask me to do it, and I would try my best to project my opinions into my questions. And I inherently don't really do that at this time. When I'm alone, like with myself, I do this. So if you want a fun TLDR or like trying to make sense of all these questions and what is very important to me, I usually have a hot take. Try to be nice, but always kind to oneself. That's usually something that I would go by. Whenever I am available, I'm trying to be nice. When I am alone, I always try to be kind to myself. Or always kind to myself. Because the one thing that is very reliable is that you can be kind to yourself when you're alone. It helps you focus, and it kind of helps you not concern yourself with like a really big picture. Because if you're alone, you have yourself, right? Or maybe like being kind alone as in with your next partner or someone very intimate, right? You want to be kind when it's intimate. You can be nice when you're thinking about larger pictures and whatnot. So when someone asks, when we go back to now your very first topic about the hypothetical where someone approaches me and they tell me that they believe God is omniscient, and here's the evidence. I want to be nice. Nice first. And then to tie it all the way back to Chinese, right? You know, Chinese and maybe by extension, Japanese culture. Most Chinese people and Japanese people are raised in the value system that you want to be nice in public. And you can be kind when you're in your privacy of your own home or your family and stuff. So for all intents and purposes, this would be the balance. So for myself, I want to illustrate that despite not being omnipotent, right, as a human being or required to be omnipotent, you are everything, right? In order to appreciate niceness, you have acts of kindness. In order to appreciate sadness, you have acts of happiness, right? Those are the things. And it would be very difficult for me to ever imagine when someone makes an argument about human nature to immediately assume that humans can only be purely one thing. So when someone says, I believe humans are only bad, then I would be in your wheelhouse and say that sounds self-defeating. Because human nature is not polarized. Even the nature of saying human nature is bad insists that this person understands that human nature is good too. So it's relatively self-defeating. And so I give the benefit of the doubt that I'm talking to a rational person right now, right? That's the key, right? The key about self-esteem and people that are hurting, like, in my opinion, from my experience, when I talk to someone and they truly tell me that everyone or in their lives are inherently bad people, I'm talking to an irrational person who is struggling with something. In my opinion, this is my personal opinion. So if you want to pick up someone who is irrational, they are likely associated with cognitive dissonance, like self-contradictions, and like basically self-defeating things. Like you're talking a circle, you're having cyclic arguments with yourself. You want to believe something that is in contrast to everything else. Like, how can you know that everyone's bad without knowing that there's good? That would be irrational. So oftentimes whenever we talk about hypotheticals, it's very tough to talk about hypotheticals if the first thing the person who you're talking to, or like one of the individuals or some of the individuals in the group, are irrational. You're trying to be rational about something irrational. So you can determine that. I usually give the benefit of the doubt that I'm talking to a rational person. When they are emotionally compromised, when the person is emotionally compromised, have non-sustainable habits, maybe just having a really bad day, or have a belief system that is like creating massive like depth in love and stuff in their life, then yeah, you can probably assume that they really mean it and they're self-defeating, because cyclic arguments is like the bane of human nature, in my opinion. Like literally is self-defeating to human nature. When someone hates themselves, like self-defeating is a form of hating yourself. So whatever comments you make carries no weight because you're so confused, right? At least in my opinion. So if someone believes something is bad, I hope that they understand that they can see good. You can't see only bad. Then it's neither. At least from a human nature perspective. It's so hard for me to imagine someone who can say that's bad without knowing what's good. Because if there's only bad, how do you know it's bad or good? Like you can't tell. It just is. Like it's that. And that's pretty much the whole, like, you have no evidence for and against. If you have evidence for, then you might find evidence against. If you find neither, that's a little bit more believable than saying you only have evidence for something. My perspective, though. This is me projecting what I believe in human nature. I'm trying not to self-defeat myself. Like, I am trying very tough to not self-defeat myself. When I say beliefs, though, so as a big disclaimer, what spiraled into the second part of this digression is the idea that I was sharing a belief. So when I was sharing my belief, I used a leap of logic. And I also spoke in incomplete ideas. So when I say humans, right, humans are inherently good, this, to me, is a belief. If I was trying to be rational about it, you could argue there are good humans and bad humans. Or you can say all humans are good and bad. Like, you could try to start rationalizing the stuff, right? Which is what we attempted to do, the two of us combined. Try to be like rational about it. My voluntary thing is whenever someone shares a belief, the litmus test often is, how vulnerable are you? I honestly think that whenever someone shares a personal belief, this to me is a belief. You believe that you believe. Believe in me that believe in you that believe in me, you know? That's an anime joke. Whenever someone says, like, is it possible? Right? Is it possible? Well, believe in me that believe in you. Right? Believe in me that believe in you. You got this. Anyways, that's kind of an anime joke because there's a trope about like young shonen like fight animes that always go like, we believe in friendship. Well, because of friendship deals with believing in each other. So if you don't believe in yourself, believe in someone else who believes in you in order to believe it. That type of thing, which is really funny. This to me is a belief. Yeah. So the litmus test, my personal take is, whenever I share a belief, it leaves the person vulnerable. Like me. Like, what I mean is, I believe that when someone shares a belief, they are giving the benefit of the doubt to the person they're sharing, that it leaves them vulnerable, especially to rationality. Because a belief inherently cuts corners on rationality. Now, we want to delve into it. That's cool. That's one of those things, like how you started this conversation, right? All of our conversation today. When you started with the question, it is a belief. You did frame it in the form of a statement, right? In the form of a statement. And since the statement states that there is neither evidence for or against, and then you were talking about my opinions about the statement, then I'm still basically sharing commentary on a belief, and that belief leads to great discussions. I think human belief is a great source of discussion. And do I favor rationality when it comes to belief? This is gonna suck. I don't want to say it depends. I'm going to say understanding. I try to reach understanding. So, if someone wants to share a belief, I have to understand what they're believing in, and then we can talk about it in that way, and go from there. Obviously. It's a haphazard way of saying it depends, and I'm like, okay, well, let's try a little bit a bit more than it depends. And that's often to reach an understanding. Beliefs are tough. They're often irrational. I'm not sure if you think this is a coincidence or not. I have this discussion a lot. I'm not sure if you I'm not sure if you believe me, for lack of a better word. You love I think, in my opinion. Yeah, because I'm sharing my opinion now. I do have quite a lot of opinions. Typically, I don't share them, though. So when I say I think, or in my opinion, I'm specifically saying that they are my opinions. If I make a statement, like, for example, the sky is blue, I don't necessarily say the sky is blue in my opinion. Now, someone could argue, well, the sky is not blue. It depends on the electromagnetic spectrum or the time of day, or it's like, I agree. You remember after pointing out that being a tautology, feeling so proud. You remember after pointing out that being a tautology? Oh, yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. That our conversation about tautology. Yeah, it's a good question. I hope I didn't see my goal was I don't think I try to capture your statement, the religious statement, right? The thing about God, by reflecting what I think about it. So your statement about there's no evidence for, like, there's not sufficient evidence for and against, the discussion we had is very much like that. There is most things about, like, these type of talks, like human nature and whatnot, there's not, they are similar topics in the sense that there is not a strong for or against something. In fact, I would argue, which is really weird, this is going to be this is probably a cyclic argument, it's human nature to do that. One of the human conditions is that you discuss positives and negatives, bad and goods on those things. Objectivity would take over if there were some form of like critical evidence or existing evidence. Like, yesterday was yesterday. And even that can come under scrutiny. You know, like, yesterday was what time is it? Like, today is, for me, right this moment, is 10:10 p.m. on July 4th. Right? A second ago. that stuff, that's fine. It's a statement. You're good to go. Like, I rarely doubt that will ping some human to say, oh, whoa, wait, let's discuss this. Let's discuss what you just said. I think there are many crucial fundamental problems with your rationality of what you stated just now. However, the other type of discussion are often, I prioritize agreeability. I prioritize the element of the person asking me the question. So you asked me the question today, and then I reciprocate. And is that going to change in the future? Unless you decide to, like, start streaming Procall or have, like, an open house on your own perspective and commentary on things, I think it will be fairly unlikely for me to catch you in a position where I would propose a question to you voluntarily based on your, like, current train of thought. So this is going to be a double standard, right? This is likely going to be a double standard situation, where the person, I made myself available, and that is the confirmation bias that you're going to have to rely on at the moment. Will I ever have moments where I go out with my intent to do something? Maybe. maybe one day. Like, for example, Protocol, there may be a situation one day where I do find that someone is in dire straits. And my first thought is, I owe it to this person to show that I can be kind. For example, right? And this is going to be a diffusion of responsibility. To me, there are no shortage of people who are willing to find what they desire and take in this world at the moment than those who believe that they need help from a stranger who thinks they know better. It's very tough. And I'm a 60-40. I'm strongly a 70-30. This show that I've been watching, I already mentioned it, like teach you a lesson, right? Teach you a lesson that I've been watching. I still got like 3 episodes left. There was a point in all, there was a central theme in all this. Ask for help. So one of the core themes of the main characters or the main group is that in nearly every instance, it is in their authority to help and do their utmost when the other person, the person that they even know that may need help and they know better, right? You know, all the circumstances point that they would be the one to provide the assistance. It requires the first step. First step is make yourself available and have the person ask for help. And I'm not talking about help specifically. Very much that it's very much that the asking for help thing is the way to like bridge kindness and niceness, because you can't confirm as a nice person if the person truly wants help. So you kind of want to confirm it. This is so pedantic and sentiment, but you don't need to say bro call partway through our conversation. Is that just a habit from previous times of multitasking between conversations with multiple viewers simultaneously? That's a good question. Not streaming in general. Talking specifically in general. I usually talk to more than one person at the same time. Like, you know, in an office meeting, addressing someone is to recognize that you're still addressing them. So from time to time, I typically reinforce that. The idea is I don't take for granted that someone can't be distracted or be doing something else. So in some way, that might be a reflection of that. And what I mean by that is you could be still in the same room and still be distracted. Like you don't have to be like hundreds of miles away and doing something else. The addressing thing for the name though, you can argue that has served me from then on. Like by coincidence, streaming requires that you address people from time to time, back and forth. So that can be a thing. I think it's a coincidence. You used to think that one doesn't take that first step of asking for help was due to an overinflated ego. I did too. But now you think it's often due to a lack of ego. I do too. Which consequently cause a hyper-defensive reaction to reaching out as a survival method to reduce risks of further damaging the self-ego and damaging others. Also, when you're protective of your own ego, you're also believing that you are the source of the problem for other people. So, like, it's a twisted way to think about it from a healthy perspective. Like, from a healthy perspective, I would consider myself relatively healthy. When you have protection from your self-ego, right? Protection from ego. There's a very, like, red flag for me. Like, one of the biggest red flags is when that protection of ego also phrase getting help as a, we did talk about this. We did have a conversation about this already, but help as a burden to others. Because becoming a burden to others is hurting your ego. So that cycle is incredibly tough. It's really tough. This is when I would get very worried. Now, I think the comment that you made where the first step to ask for help because of over ego, but now it's a lack of ego, I think that's the first step. Yeah. I would try to ascertain, right? Make certain that maybe is it an inability to ask for help or simply a trust in themselves to be able to help themselves, right? Those are the first steps. When you get to a point where someone approaches you and say, I'm managing, I don't want to ask for help because I don't want to like burden other people with my problems. Now, when you ascertain that they can help themselves, right? If they have a overinflated ego, that's okay. Like, in my opinion, 50-50. Right? Now, if the first thing, the first indicator you have is that they lack ego, and they go into this, that's where I'm scared. I genuinely worry about people who share a bunch of things that tell them they lack self-esteem, they hate themselves, they always self-sabotage. Like, the things they talk about constantly puts them at a disadvantage. And then the next thing you know, someone like me would typically say is, have you considered asking for help? Like, try to find the proper channels, look for a support system, and their first remark is, well, I don't want to burden other people with my own problems. It will make me either look bad or make me look weak. That is a scary rotation. When someone has a lack of ego and also think that asking for help is hurting their ego, because now you have no way of getting out of it. Like, there's no learning point. Like, you can't ask someone, say, oh, well, you're just making it about yourself. Like, how can you victim blame someone who lacks ego, who's unwilling to help, without worsening it? Like, if you victim blame someone who's lacking ego already, they would rarely ever defend themselves, nor take initiative to prove a point or to prove something wrong. When you have an overinflated ego, there's still a chance that that person can learn from that and take accountability for their problems. So these are like pretty tough and like tough situations. I think the worst one, like, to me, the very hard, super ironclad ones are when someone says they failed an exam, everything they do screw up, they can't do anything, and then the first thing they talk about is, okay, I should save everyone from my problems. So not only do they lack ego, they're protecting what remains of their ego to do the very thing they need, or like they that would be helpful, which is to get help. Ego, if you have an ego, you can kind of compromise with the person. Like, in my opinion, you can like communicate. It's like, okay, level with me here. I don't think I know better than you what's best for you. So how can I cater to you? My first argument to someone who has an inflated ego, who has a problem, right? That they may want help with, I would ask them, have you ever met someone who wants to help you? And that is how I default to that argument, or like that talk that we had earlier, Procol, like many times before, is that, well, let's not talk about your ego then. Let's not touch the person's either lack of ego or overinflated ego, whichever one. Let's talk about the others, the helpers, right? And let's frame it that you're possibly doing them a favor. What if they want to help you? And helping you makes them feel better. So in both of these cases, these combination of cases, when someone is able to accept that there are people who want to help you, and it becomes a win-win, a WW, typically this is where I would default to. If I'm unsure whether someone has good self-esteem, they simply think they can handle it on their own, but it seems like things are kind of falling off the wagon or tracks. And then what if this person is very skittish? They're going to retreat, right? Someone who has an overinflated ego can still be present, be available to discuss. Someone who lacks ego can retreat. So the more forward you become with someone who lacks ego, the further they're going to retreat. And if they retreat too far back, well, it doesn't matter how good you are, you'll never see the person again. And that can, like, I hate to bring up, or it's a morbid example, but even a parent can't reach their child if they lock themselves away, right? So what are the chances that a stranger would be able to do that if they have a tenuous ego? Well, that's kind of one of those things. And hear me out. For myself, I was in this department. When I was a younger person, I was in this department. My ego was very big. It was so big that that was the foundation of my tradition. If I have a problem, I deal with it. If anyone sees a problem, it's my problem. Like, it's my fault they saw it. So if I show momentary weakness, they shouldn't see that. That's improper. I shouldn't show weakness when I clearly have weaknesses. As long as nobody sees my weakness, it's, fine. Like, when it comes to lack of ego, that's kind of where that kind of fell off. Like, what I mean is, over the years, I'm not saying that you're not gonna exchange between these. For lack of ego, now I lack ego. So for example, now it's more of a 60% lacking ego and 40% ego. Usually when people ask me for help, they're not sure if I can help them. You see the exchange? Like, there's a trade-off. When you're really healthy and you have a strong ego, it also means that other people will trust you more. Like, they were more likely to listen to you. I mean, whether that leads to them helping you, that's a different story. Like online, a content creator, right? If a content creator confidently express themselves, they are more likely to have people ask them for help. I don't present myself as someone who has a lot of confidence that they can help someone. I make myself available and I try. So the compromise is that I'm trying to seek a balance, because overpromising creates arrogance, and arrogance can lead to just as many problems as non-arrogance. So there is a trade-off. Nowadays, it seems like I'm less certain. To be fair, there have been times in the past in which your waffling was just a background noise while you were doing something else, playing games, until you say the pro cut, which would stand out and pull you back into. I hope that doesn't cause any disruption in your game sense. You're sorry that I had to go through that. it's pretty good. Like, I had to go through it to understand, right? So, not too bad. It did feel like the person who was suffering at the time would have appreciated that. And for myself, I still appreciate it. However, it's from a more of a rational standpoint, because I wouldn't be the person I am today without going through that. So whenever I'm expressing these things, like, so maybe easily to other people, like someone's like, oh, that's where I am, or something like that, it's because I experienced it. So oftentimes humans are far more effective, efficacious in explaining tough situations if they legitimately have gone through those situations, because it stays with them for life. So most of the time, whenever I'm talking to someone, I talk to someone like I would talk to myself, like my younger self. Like when someone's in trouble and they constantly think like, well, I'm not worth helping, right? That type of thing. Whether it's due to a big ego or a lack of ego, you can still be self-destructive and say, I'm not worth helping. You can have two perspectives and still end up with, I'm not worth helping. So my ultimate counter argument, because of this experience, is, what if you're helping other people, let them help you? It's kind of like the believe me and believing in you and believing in me situation. The idea is, if they are protective about their ego, don't talk about their ego. Talk about other people's ego. Let other people help you, because you can probably find someone who gets a kick out of helping you. In fact, if you lack ego, and this is a grain of salt, right? You can get into trouble too. So that's what the internet kind of preys on. So take it with a grain of salt. If you're not compromising enough, you would want to find someone who is confident, who is more over inflated ego that serves your purpose. Because when you let that person help you, it only serves their purpose. Like, and again, grain of salt, try not to get abused, right? Like, this is a very serious topic in which you can be abused or taken advantage of. So it does require some level of clarity. Obviously, that's why you don't first go online and seek emotional help. You go to people who know you. So the likelihood is the most arrogant, overconfident person you know in your life, your support system, will likely be the person who would absolutely love to help you, because they get a kick out of it too. So that's kind of the idea. Like, if you have a prideful parent, go to your prideful parent and ask them, can you help me? Chances are not, like good chance, more than 50%, that person's eyes will light up and say, what took you so long? Like, what took you so long to tell me that you have a problem? Because if there's anything that would, quote unquote, inflate my ego, is to be useful to someone I care about. So that's kind of like the idea of, if someone lacks ego, find the most egotistical person you have in your support system. You would probably be able to sober up from the idea of, well, there are people just don't want to help me, or like, I don't want to concern myself. Though ego people, like people who have large egos that are in your life, would probably prefer you to challenge them, to show them that they're worth your time situation. You think this may be the digression that you can't wrap it all together and would relate back to language, the ego thing? Or the ego deficiency? Oh yeah, I can. Language learning, speaking. Speech is the battle between ego, the lack of ego, and overconfidence. Each and every day when someone tells me that I don't understand why I'm having such problems with speaking and avoiding speaking, even though I passed the I passed all these exams and I know all this Japanese things. It's like, well, do you have a lack of ego, or do you have an overconfidence ego? And who do you look for a partner? How are you going to find an accountability partner? This is where the idea of looking for a teacher, looking for an appropriate mentor, looking for a mentor. So, like, if someone asks me, will I ever consider a tutor? Will I ever consider a mentor? Or will I ever consider a foreign language exchange with someone? Like, having a language exchange with someone. And I usually, when someone asks me that question, I would tell them if I do, I know what I'm looking for. I know who I'm looking for, because I can evaluate myself, at least in my opinion, with a reasonable noise. I can evaluate how I feel about my current speech, and I want someone to hold me accountable that blends with my speech. So if I feel like I'm not confident with speech, I would want someone that's confident in speech. If I'm overconfident in speech, maybe a juxtaposition to someone who's overly worried about their speech can sober me up. So that's kind of the idea, right? You're trying to find how to balance yourself out, because overconfidence paired up with someone who is over scrutinizing their speech can reveal that to me, possibly, that I may be too overconfident. Like, they might ask me questions. They might ask me a bunch of questions that I realize, oh wait, I actually don't know that. That kind of thing. And then when you're lacking confidence, the person who is confident is able to raise up and act as a reference. Oh yeah, it's speech. Speech is just fundamental, so it has to be related to basically everything. Yeah, communication skills is probably the thing. Other than that, the other thing I would use is probably critical thinking skills. Critical thinking skills, but that doesn't bring us back to Chinese or Japanese. And for this, it's usually what I see in when people take the next step. Largely because ego, whether you're confident or not, most people who I encounter are self-study people. So when I'm asking someone, what are you doing and how you're studying and what are you going to do next, usually you have to gauge whether they are confident in what they're doing or worried about what they're doing, and so forth and so on. Yes, from day to day, every once in a while, I talk to Beth. Beth is here. Beth was here 2 days ago. Right? Occasionally, Beth drops by, and oftentimes I would be in this area where I try to be a bit confident in assuring that problems come up, right? Beth shared that they worry about committing to something where life can throw a wrench in it. So I was expressing a bit of confidence about being, like, when you plan for things, you're not trying to predict the future. You're trying to plan for the future and what may come. So you're not trying to, you remember me mentioning that? Yeah. So when you're planning, you're not responsible for predicting the future. And if that important thing comes up, something more important comes up, it tells you that it is more important. So to be confident in your planning is to plan what you want to do. When things more important comes up, it is from the planning that you accept, you are confident that you are accepting that things can come up, that you plan for them. Not the idea of lacking the ego, like lacking the confidence in predicting the future. Because for me, the main point, to at least me to Beth, was that I don't think I would ever feel confident in predicting the future. That is asking yourself to have an ego big enough to think that you can predict the future. omniscience. So then we go back to the first part about God and stuff. Like, I do not fundamentally think humans are omniscient, and I think it's unhealthy. I would argue even further, it is unhealthy typically for humans to spend most of their time thinking they are responsible for omniscience. So when you're planning things, try not to plan like you're some higher being with omniscience. So oftentimes me and Beth have gone back and forth about catching up about her studies and whatnot. Like the first thing that really connected with me and Beth is that Beth thought that when she's doing reviews for language learning, so we're going back to language learning now, that you're responsible for being 100% correct. Like the only way progress and progress is being made and learning is being made is if it's 100%. That's what I mean by the balance between a lack of ego and confidence. When someone constantly thinks, especially someone that gives me the impression that they're lacking ego, and they think that everything works ideally, that's kind of messy. And I would then speak with more confidence. I would suggest things that are confident. Like, so what if life shows up? It means that you're going to take time to work on something more important. And then you're going to come back to something less important. When you plan to do it, you're not guaranteed to do it. It's that you took the actions to do it. So you win, right? And then you win again when you have to take care of something more important and then come back to it. The idea is that you have to be confident in your commitment in wanting to do it. Then if someone's like overconfident, my first thoughts would be I would try to ask them questions and things that they would have to consider, because the idea is when someone is overconfident, they tend to be hyper-focused. So what if Subnautica scares you? Play Sub 2 with me. I was about to ask you, did you play Subnautica? Subnautica 2? I watched someone play Subnautica 2 recently. And also, by the way, the stuff resolved. So Crafton officially had to pay all the Subnautica devs, Unknown World, right? Unknown World, all their bonuses. However, the person who got rehired is going to leave anyways on an agreement of how the bonuses is going to play out, like be paid out. So that's the most recent Subnautica news, by the way. I remember the last time we talked about Subnautica, I brought up the idea of like the court order was that they ruled in favor of Unknown Worlds. I think that's what they're still going by. And then Crafton must pay the bonus if they manage. They did. So they succeeded. Resounding success. So that means that they have to pay out the bonus. However, the middling news, in my opinion, maybe it's a mutual thing. The founder, the CEO, the director is gonna resign anyways. They're going to leave upon payment of the bonus. So I don't know if that's a nah, I have enough of this, or nah, I don't want to work, but that's pretty cool. You have not yet? You're guessing you haven't been able to convince your friend to get over their fears and play Subnautica 2 with you? I'm waiting for 1.0. Protocol. No, we're just waiting for 1.0. Because Subnautica 2, I thought it was going to be a 1.0 launch. So we that's the discussion we had when Subnautica 2 was launched. The whole idea of early access, right? And I genuinely wait until 1.0. So I will probably present that idea again in whenever that is. I don't know if I wasn't told that Subnautica 2 reached 1.0. You haven't heard that? Very good news. Do they have to pay the full bonus? Yeah, they have to pay the full bonus. Resounding success. Sub 2. I think Sub 2 they knocked it out of the park, so it's good for them financially. Now here's the, you know, middling news. What next? So what happens after that? And oftentimes I would say with a bit of a 60-40 split, usually the director is not quite the whole thing. So oftentimes a departure of the director doesn't necessarily like mean that the whole shebang falls apart, right? In fact, lately there have been more examples of directors failing to start their own personal projects than having a Kojima Death Stranding situation. Here's a good example. I was recently coincidentally talking about Nagoshi. Nagoshi was the founder, one of the founders and creators of Yakuza, like a Dragon series, right? And last year's ish, they dropped a trailer, coincidentally next to a trailer of Like a Dragon, called Gang of Dragon. And it was going to be like this reinvention, back to your roots Nagoshi's thing. And he started Nagoshi Studios, kind of like Kojima Studios, right? Kojima Studios, right? So by sheer coincidence, when I was referring to it, I was gonna check up on it, and this was like 4 days ago, and I looked, and a week before that, so now about roughly 2 weeks ago, that game was canned because of operation costs. So NetEase, the person who was going to pay for Nagoshi Studios title, because of the revealing, allegedly, this is allegedly, revealed the operation cost of creating another that game, the project was canceled. It was scrapped. And since then, like, the studio basically dissolved because the founder left and went. So that's a example where, yes, now going back to Subnautica 2, yes, the director is departing, right? Because of maybe just bad blood and whatnot, or a mutual, like, I'll take my money, but he can't overlook this administrative thing. I think Subnautica 2's group, like the people they have, pretty solid, because Sub 2 still worked out without the. Remember that the audio design, there was a controversy with the audio design. The people who made the audio design was unceremoniously, like maybe unfairly, oust from Subnautica when during Subnautica 1's success. So the person who did like the sound mixing and stuff, there was a controversy with that, and that sound design, the person was no longer part of the group. So then you fast forward to Subnautica Sub-Zero, and the group still operates. So it's one of those things, like, no man is an island most of the time. So we're not talking about like a Kojima studio situation. Like, if you took the Kojima out of Kojima Studios, would you still have Death Stranding situation? There are multiple, like, goods and bads examples of when a director departs. So hopefully for Unknown Worlds, I'm gonna continue to call them Unknown World Entertainment or something like that. Hopefully that means that Subnautica 2 will reach its 1.0 without too much problems. Yeah, early access being out for a few years, before 1.0 is released, kind of bums you out. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. Have Unknown Worlds changed your name? I have no idea. Largely because of Crafton, this relationship with Crafton. So it's not clear what would happen once this is all said and done. It could be absorbed. They could keep the name. Who knows? These things are really tough to. Right now, for the moment, if you look at Subnautica 2, it doesn't even have Krafton as one of the publishers. So, like, what in various places, like if you look at Sub 2's credits, Unknown Worlds is listed in many places as self-published by Unknown Worlds Entertainment. So they don't even have indicators of Krafton ownership in the publication. So I imagine it's a little bit turbulent right now when it comes to that type of thing. Which, for the record, Unknown Worlds made a game in between the Subnauticas that didn't go so hot. And I was excited about it too, but then what it became was really questionable. So it's not like Unknown Worlds have known to be like making all of the very strong financial choices. I'll keep it at that. You can go look up what is it called? Moonbreaker. I think it's the game that they had. They tried to create a live service game. And this is well before, like, well, not really. This is like deep into the live service microtransaction exhaustion. And on that game, Krafton is a publisher on it. So this is after Krafton had associations with Unknown Worlds. So I like to think, if you were reading between the lines, Krafton and Unknown Worlds had a bit of a mixed relationship for some time now. Yeah. Moonbreaker was supposed to be like a tabletop treasure trove combining the miniature hobby with like TTS, right? Not TTS. TRPG, right? Tactical role-playing game. And I was excited about it until I realized it's like a monetization attempt, on trying to create a microeconomy to fund future games. And it's no longer that, by the way. They actually had to backtrack on it, convert it into like a standalone, try to consolidate all the other stuff. It was a messy deal. So that's happened. So Unknown Worlds hasn't really like hit it out of the park all the time. It's great to see that Subnautica 2 did well despite all the like controversy. All right. Well, that was a good talk. Hopefully, the whole mentioning the big G word, right? Didn't trigger anyone. I think I feel like I've had this discussion sufficient times to not sound like I don't know, a guru of someone. I don't want to sound too arrogant about knowing what's what. I actually like to sound more like we can agree most of the time. Like, beliefs are beliefs, and they're no less important or more important than your objectivity. In fact, a lot of times now, I'm more inclined to favor someone's subjectivity over someone's attempt to be hyper-aggressively objective. Especially when it comes to like how one lives their life and talk about what is important to them. If you're here's a voluntary share from me. I think there are more people in my life that operate on belief systems than they do on some sort of rational objectivity. So, and this includes superstitions and like traditional practices. So, things like knock on wood and eat auspicious things during a very particular time and period. And I participate in. I think in both mysticism someone else asked me about this before. Was it you, Procon? No, I don't think so. Oh no, it was Xing Xing. Xing Xing talked about being a medium. Yeah, you actually missed that one, I think. Okay. It was Mock. I met Mock. He is... Did you get a chance to talk to Mock? Mock is the Polish dude. And we were talking about afterlife and mediums. Like, they didn't specifically specify seances, but I was watching Supernatural, so and most of those thoughts kind of came to me as we're going. All right. Anyways, this tone, it's 1 or 4, right? Or is it 3?
静
Okay. So you haven't gotten a chance. Wait. Did you answer if you played Subnautica? I have not yet. Okay. This is respect, not frighten. Frighten is Jing. Oh no. Okay, this is a 30% chance. I am gonna say... Heck! I lost the 30%. Yo. Okay, alright. Hang on. So what am I missing from this group? So Tiao is... I ruled that out. That was one of the 30%. And then Xiao... Ah. There's hair in it. And then there's the two... There's the Yi and the Yo... So the Yo is that witch, right? Xiao has the hair in addition to this. That is. And then we have the Yo for drawn out. Okay. Okay.
侠 冠
Kanji helps. What? A custom works. Oh no, it's Pierce. Oh no. I screwed up. A custom requires a radical on the left. Dang it. Yeah, it requires the soul. Alright. That's my bad. Overconfidence. I don't know if you've, Procall, I don't know if you ever played Darkest Dungeon, but there's this one line in Darkest Dungeon that stuck with me for the longest time in Darkest Dungeon 1. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. and anytime I like do something and I get like slapped in the face immediately for like, nah, you're wrong, bud, you know, without anyone, the first thing I think about is that line. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Sums up so many things. Such a great line. How to get humbled immediately. Hubris. Okay.
Man.
Oh, hey. What a coinkydink. I just went over this. That seems so common and yet...
母
Which one is it? I think it's Maid. It's not Maid! It's a nanny. I mean... Maid, nanny... Okay, so this one I lost the first 30% or 50-50. So what else can it be? It could be 借. Oh man, it's probably huh. I lost the 30-30. The translation's fine. Dang it. I get caught between swan, which is garlic. You like that? But even if it's a slow killer, it often defeated with a harsh, sharp, humbling. Yeah, it does. Yeah. In Darkest Dungeon, yeah, Darkest Dungeon has this like incredibly foreboding and oppressive atmosphere. So oftentimes when you're doing really well, or like you're slowly slipping, they would play that line. Just to remind yourself, like, and that's what happens in Darkest Dungeon. You can be doing really, really well, and then suddenly one thing slaps and you lose all of your, you lose everything. That was the roguelike aspect. It was trying to capture the quintessential roguelike risk it for the biscuit situation. Are you familiar with the idiom risk it for the biscuit? I don't know if that's a British thing or not. Roguelike, sorry. Roguelike. So overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. And to me, what it says is like, it slowly kills your confidence, but it will most definitely wreck you in the face. Like, it is getting wrecked over and over again that erodes your confidence, which is what I interpret it as. I don't know what the original interpretation was. Like, I don't communicate with the devs or the person who writes the lines, so I don't know. For myself, what that phrase tells me is overconfidence will slowly kill you, for sure, like inside. However, it kills you by slapping you across the face over and over again, which is related to what we were talking about the whole like overinflated ego, right? Overinflated ego can slowly kill you inside because it takes an overinflated ego to ignore all the slaps in your face, like just things in front of you. And for me, it's a quick humbling for sure. I'm no stranger to it. I actually think you could call it an being desensitized to making mistakes, or like a well-balanced coping strategy or something like that. But typically, if I'm going to commit to something, I'd rather it be a sharp humbling than a slow and insidious killer. So like, not only do I think overconfidence shouldn't slowly kill you inside because you're overconfident, walk towards that sharp humbling. Does someone from the land of tea and biscuits know the phrase about biscuits? Come on. Well, the thing is, I didn't know the origin of biscuits came from the UK, so I was inferring and assuming that biscuits was the English biscuits. And then risk it for the biscuit would likely have been inherited from the UK. So all of that was subtextually inferred when I asked you. I imagine, right, you are familiar with the phrase. Now, I was a bit overconfident at that very moment, so there was a chance that you could simply said, what do you mean? Like, just because it's biscuits doesn't mean it's a British thing. So it could have been just that. Like, there was a chance it could have blown up in my face and be like, what do you think because it has biscuits in the idiom, it's just somehow not a UK thing? So that's kind of like that was the inclination. And yes, yeah, you xenophobic so and so. Yeah, you love Americans using that phrase as they have to admit that the English meaning of biscuits is good. Listen, I like my biscuits with my tea as much as I like it with gravy, okay? Take that, xenophobia. How's that for a turn of phrase? Get on my level. I'm kidding. Now I just sound like a punk who thinks that they know everything about people. Right? Get on my level. How about having biscuit with your tea and some gravy on top of that? What do you think I'm referring to now, huh? I like my chips with my crisps. Get on my level. One day, Procol, I'm just gonna like off camera just bring in a cup of tea and just be like munching on some biscuits and then dunking them in gravy. or like grab a bag of crisps and then put them right next to a bag of potato chips and like slowly eat both of them. Like, what now? What type of statement am I making? You know what? We might as well just combine both of them. You know? Combine both of the words together. Imagine trying to explain to someone what a scone is. What's a scone to you, Prokop? I had to be educated on what a scone is. Not like from the American perspective, not from the British perspective. Like, I knew what a scone is from the British perspective. Someone had to tell me what they call a scone in English, like in American English. So what they were referring to. For either meaning of biscuit, if you ever mix all three of those, I would become effably furious and likely dedicate my life to end me. Listen, have you had biscuits? Like, what I mean is American biscuits. Kind of curious. I mean, it's a savory thing, so it's not like it's not even likely going to be part of the same dinner thing, like, or time of day. So you can still have biscuits and tea while having biscuits and gravy, but not like it would typically not happen in the same part of the day, despite like them sharing biscuits as the word. You would likely have biscuit like as part of a lunch or a dinner, and then tea time isn't the same biscuits. So oftentimes when I say biscuits, there's really they're often not a like confusion, basically. When I'm having tea and I talk about biscuits, most people are inferring to like the biscuits that are related to the tea. And then when I ask for biscuits during like lunch and dinner, it's inferring to the biscuits that accommodate the lunch and dinner. You haven't, as far as you know. The UK equivalent would be Yorkshire pudding, you think? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. What else? Dude, Yorkshire pudding sounds amazing. I'm trying to think of other things. For crisps, so for crisps and chips, it doesn't quite help now that there are potato chips that are crisps. So like what I mean is, I think that's more of a how you feel about it at this point. Like, at least from my perspective, like there are bags of crisps as opposed to bag of chips. Like, obviously Lay's and Doritos and stuff still label them as chips. Actually, what are they labeled as in the UK? What are chips labeled at in the UK, like Lay's and Doritos and whatnot? Do they still say potato chips on them, or do they adjust? There are crisps, like there are actually crisps things in the United States that are labeled as crisps, which are basically just thinly cut potato products. they are end up simply being that anyways. We're talking about language now, so fair game.
着
Fair game. What is jewel? It's a bracelet, right? This is fun. I like talking about language idiosyncrasies. I imagine none of your beeswax is that a British idiom, or is that a familiar British idiom? I feel like it's a little bit unrefined. So I know I'm playing on some stereotypes, but none of your beeswax. I'm not sure if that is one. Because beeswax, you don't really hear beeswax too much in a non-historical context. It's old enough that I would say there might be some colonialisms in beeswax. I want to say this is you. Not you. It's you. Gosh darn it. And then what would you have? Island. Yeah, Gao Yu. And Lan Yu. Oh, this is orchid. Okay. I'll make you privy to a one-up you can get on English biscuit eaters. Digestives. Digestives are the quintessential biscuit, and they were made to relieve constipation. Yeah, I can see that. Chips are just larger fries, and lays over here are called walkers. Oh. Why are they called walkers? Is it like a pun on the word lays? Sorry. All I can think about is like, how do you get from lays to walkers? What would Americans call crisps instead of chips? No, as usual, walkers came first. Or lays? Oh no, they're just the walkers. Yeah, fair enough. That's no fun. I thought that might be like one of those play on words things. You know how like if someone release I don't know. What's a good example? Like a product that says, like, say a product is called Run, right? Then someone would make a product called Walk, just because, like, where like, oh well, all right, you guys can have that. So we'll just name a product that's clearly referring to the other product, but we're just gonna make it just in spite of it situation. What would Americans call crisps? Just really thin, crispy snacks. I think, in my opinion. There are a bunch of crisps now where they're, well, that doesn't help, Gemini. Honestly, I wouldn't know what. Hang on. Let me see if there is an Americanization of it. What would American? Oh no, they still rarely use it. Yeah, they still rarely use it. Oh no, Lay's founded in US 1932, Walker's founded in UK 1948. These would be I don't know about you, but this would be one of those situations where I believed in you and I didn't want to say anything. Honestly, I didn't think you were gonna look that up. This conversation has happened before. Talking about like the year founded. Would you call Lay's chips or crisps? I would call them crisps because they're closer. Usually chips are thicker. They're girthier. Lay's has that really light crisp. Like it's a crisp chip, so to speak. Like a crispy chip. You're a quintessential crisp. Now, when it comes to chips, I usually think of like kettle cooked chips. Things that are kettle cooked or crinkle cut, even though chips is not implied in it. So if you can imagine, right? Despite the argument about chips and crisps, usually chips is dropped in a conversation. Notice how chips is very, very rarely mentioned when people talk about chips, in my opinion, compared to the namesake. So like, do you want some Doritos? They didn't say, do you want some Dorito chips? Pringles, they're not chips. Over here, they're not allowed to be called crisps as they're not thinly sliced. Yeah, and over here, Doritos are not called chips, at least in my opinion. We don't call Pringles chips because they're not actually chips. Like they're heavily processed potato mash that is molded into the shape of a wedge. They're not potato chips either. They're far from. They're called Pringles. They're literally called Pringles. Now, hear me out. That might be a coincidence because in American vernacular, at least in my opinion, chips are left out. Like in colloquial English, the word chips get left out. It's not a Dorito chip. Like you're not eating Dorito chips. You're eating Doritos. You're not eating Lay's chips. You're eating Lay's. You're not having a Frito corn chip. You're having Fritos. You know, it keeps going on. You're not having a Taki tortilla chip. You're having a Taki. What would you call a chunkier version of fries? It's based on their cut. So you have steak fries, right? So steak fries. There's the crinkle, like those like crinkle cut fries with I forgot what they're called. And then you have curly fries, right? But here's the funny part about that. Fries is included in all of the cuts. But chips aren't. English is weird, man. Like think about explaining this to a Japanese speaker. Or think about explaining this to a Chinese speaker. Like about referring to things. Like, hey, do you like Dorito chips? It's like, what do you mean Dorito chips? Is there like a different type of Dorito or do you mean just Doritos? And then suddenly like, oh, do you like crinkle cut? You're like, what? Crinkle cut what? Like fries? Chips? You see what I mean? Like it's weird. Like at times it's arbitrary. Like it feels actually literally weird. Like when you ask someone a question like, hey, do you want some crinkle cut? The first reflex you would ask is like, wait, what are we talking about? Crinkle cut what? And meanwhile, when someone offers you a bag of chips that are crinkle cut, you like sometimes the chips is omitted. They're always referred to as a variation of fries. Yeah. So a French fry, right? A French fry is a French fry. A steak fry is a steak fry. A curly fry is a curly fry. A crinkle cut fry is a crinkle cut fry. Home style fries is a home style fry. Are there any other type of fries? Cuts? Yeah, they're all referring to their cuts. So if you're having a French fry, it's a very specific French fry. Yeah, the chunkier version are definitely the steak fries. I was like, and there's wedge. There are wedges. Now here's where the English starts getting a little weird again. There's potato wedges, which are wedge cut fries, but they're potato wedges. And then there's a boardwalk fries, which is when the skin is still on like parts of the fries. There's also country fries. The country fries aren't in the shape of a fry. I don't know. I think English is hilarious. I don't like what I mean is one day there's gonna be like a consortium, right? I'm not sure. Oh, there's waffle fries. Yeah, waffle fries. Heckin' waffle fries. Oh goodness. I think we're good. I think we covered some of the standard stuff. What do hash browns mean in USA? It's a hash. I think of it. This is not what I don't know if this is what Americans think. Is a hash like this? And it's a brown hash. Get it? Hash browns. What do hash browns look like? They look like this. Let me draw a better illustration. So you have your eggs, right? Maybe like a sunny side up egg, right? And then you have your bacon. Wow, this plate is very big. Then you have like maybe your sausage patty, right? Maybe like 2 stacks of your sausage patty. And you might say, oh yeah, some pancakes, right? Right? And then you have the hash, which basically just looks like this. And that's where I think what hash browns are. They're hashes. Like the hashtag. Hashtag. This pattern. That's what they're describing. So the hash brown, it can be in like a solid block, per se. But there's going to be stuff that runs along its axis. So it's just like crumpled things that are slammed together. That's what you call waffle fries. Oh, so here's the thing. So we're not talking about it's filled in, by the way. Waffle fries are these things. Well, it's not quite round. It's more like, this is not the most optimal way to draw a waffle fry, but it's starting to look more like a waffle. So these things. On Discord, you sent what I mean by hash? Okay. So you're probably describing a hash brown while calling it a waffle, probably. Yeah. So those are waffles. Yeah. True. So those are waffles to UK. Waffles are this one. This one's the waffle. So it's kind of like an inverse hash. So the thing you described, hash browns. Hash browns are waffles. Hash browns are waffle fries. And waffles are waffles. These are waffles. Because it looks like a waffle pattern. You know, like if you inverted it, if you invert the waffle, like a waffle iron, you know, like a pancake waffle. This thing. So these are the less parts. These are the thinner parts or the piercing parts. And in a waffle fry, these are empty. They're vacant. They still produce a hash pattern though. Like, you know, you can see the hash pattern in it. It's interesting. There's also home fries. Home fries are cubes. So home fries is just a bunch of cubes. And I don't know where the home comes from, but they're basically like, if you had a baton, right? Do you call them batons? Batons of fries? Like fries are batons. That might be a French thing though. It's not an American thing per se. It's also, I don't think it's a British thing either. Batons, like, just like when you're passing a baton, I think that's what they call it. It's the cut. Baton or bâtonnet, bâtonnet, or something. It's French. It's of French origin, but I'm not sure if British English uses it. Occasionally, when you're in a restaurant, you would refer to a fry as a baton. So, like the actual cut of it. So these little sticks that we're referring to are batons. That might that might be a little too Frenchy. And these are cubes. I don't. Or what is the cut? Dice, right? Diced. And so on. We'll going too much into like culinary, the culinary arts, as some people say it. Do you say culinary arts or culinary arts? Baton, yes, we do use that word. Mostly in team running, yeah. I thought you were saying baton? I don't know what baton is, yeah. Listen, here over the pond, that is Patton. I'm kidding, it's not Patton. Patton has 2 T's in it. I'm jesting, obviously. Like Patton versus I don't know what I think this is still gonna be pronounced as a Patton, as opposed to a like an right? A cool, like to cull like to cull a group of diseased cows. Oh, culinary. Yeah, culinary, cool. Like ooh, like cool. Like some people say culinary, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, that sounds like a very fancy way of saying. This one hits me. This one makes me smile each time when people pronounce the target, right? Target as in the chain, right? And they say target. Target. I'm like, all right, fair enough. What is IKEA? IKEA? Imagine going into an IKEA And I don't know how you guys say. I don't know how British people pronounce IKEA, but you just go in and it's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna step on over to the IKEA. And it's like, I what? You know, that very cost-effective, economical furniture store, but we're just gonna try to pronounce it very fancy just to make it sound like we're going to something very fancy. Oh, been around. We've been around this language days. And before I would how else can you pronounce this now? Harugetto, right? Harugetto. Or terra. Terhet? Maybe? Yeah. Terhet. Or target. Drop the R. Target. That cool pronunciation to me sounds kind of Mandarin-ing. That definitely not a word. Yeah. So if I'm not making a case for learning another language, hear me out. It's fun now to just take any word, like any name, and say it in a different way, right? Like you could say, let's take United Kingdom for example. Is it United Kingdom or United Kingdoms? It's just one, right? And that's weird too. Is there a the? There's a the, right? This is what I mean by when you study another language. You start questioning everything. Is it the United Kingdom? Or is it United Kingdoms? Because there were multiple kingdoms that were united? Or is it referring to the United Kingdom? This, I understand that some other people would say, well, that's an obvious answer. Like, clearly it's this. And my first thought is like, no, but I'm really enticing the grammar here. Like, because United States, right? It's states, right? Because it's the unity of states. Now, United States is a special condition in which it is an entity, so it can take on the United States. And then technically the United States is a truncation of America, which then it also takes on this weird thing of being a single entity. Is the lack of mispronunciation of the R sound stereotypical of East Asia that common? If so, is it the case that sound is very rare, non-existent? Actually, Procall, East Asia, I'm going to tell you now, the R is the most common in Asia. It just happens to be not the R that you're thinking about. Now, if you're not talking about Asia itself, Chinese actually use this sound a lot. Maybe even more than British people. Because the dropping of the R, when I said like this, target, I was actually making a British reference, not a Chinese one. R is a very common ender in Chinese. In fact, the entire northern accent the entire northern accent, a large, like a really large group, far more than probably British people in general. The entire northern accent end with R. Like nar. Like, 你在哪儿? Like it's nar. R is a very, very common sound. So not Chinese specifically. Now in terms of Japanese, yeah, for sure. So that, you know, that stereotype about like L is R. It's because L is R. It's kind of funny. Now that I think about it. Yep. So it's, what do you mean L is R? Really. Here's some examples for Chinese, like jar, nar, r, jar, nar, r. Yeah, but it's a hard R. So it's the R that the Americans are closer to. Like, it's closer to the American R than it is to the not R of the British R. So like car, not car, R. And then obviously ka, right? Ka versus R and car. R is the heavy like R sound, like arts. Arts, R, arts. No, 在 nar is like there, yeah, over there, like他在 nar, 他在 nar, that he is over there, or she is over there. So nar is a very common one. And not to say that it's what about words like ball? I actually have no idea. I actually have no example. Like, I don't think I've ever heard my folks say ball. It's United Kingdom, as in one kingdom, and the origin came from Scotland, who didn't have a king, wanting a union with England, so the English kingdom expanded to rule Scotland, Wales, and later Northern Ireland. It does speak a bit of volume about viewing one majesty, like one kingdom, under it, kind of like the Chinese dynasties versus the United States, right? It's interesting. You got that going. Annexation and all. Just kidding. Ball. Ball. It might as well just be bar. Bar. The R sound is pretty gnarly. Like literally gnar. If you can like gnarly, say gnarly. So like if this, how do you make gnarly, right? Gnarly sound like Chinese. Gnarly. Gnarly. I think one of the things that separate the English, if you're gonna pick some English that maybe Chinese, for example, can be a problem, is when the beat changes. So ball sounds like it kind of sounds like one beat, like oh, oh, like bar, ball, ball. It would be ball, as opposed to ball or ball, like ball. Like if you say ball, it would be closer. So I imagine there's like a stronger solid two beats. Everything is a little bit elongated. So when you're reading like a character, right? Like pronunciate. Oh no, I don't know how works though. Oh no,能杀神相能杀神 something like that instead of pronunciation. That's so you always have that little weird tone thing going on. So if they're gonna say something, it's usually not about the sound that they make. It's more like like 英国 England, right? Even if they say England, like in my opinion, it would be like England, 英人 something like that. 英人 versus England, 英人 or 英人 something like that. There's always a little of a yeah. Make everything wobble. You have to wobble your pronunciations to get the what do we call it, the mandarining of things, mandarining things. At least that's my opinion. You do get rid of certain words, certain things to make it sound Mandarin-y. Because of how much I rely on pinyin, I can probably convert most of these things to sound like fake Mandarin, I suppose. There's another one. You would say dynasty, yeah. Dynasty, like, or no, dynasty, like diner instead of dynasty? Really? Like diner, like dinner, yeah. Dinner and diner, yeah. Dinner, diner, dynasty versus dynasty. There's also I watch, I don't know if you watch this guy. What's his name? Oh no. The guy that opens, I don't know how often you watch YouTube. Andy, the Australian. The Australian chef, right? He uses that. So he uses that heavily. The din versus dine. Din dine. So oftentimes he would say things like there's also others like basil versus basil, right? Basil. And parmesan. Parmesan is a good one. I pick these things up though, so it's not like it triggers me or anything. But Parmesan is definitely one that it's not directed towards me, but. And then obviously I watch Rick and Morty, so I say Parmesan just for the laughs. Like, oh, do you like mozzarella or do you like Parmesan? Sorry, I can't help myself. It's so funny to do like names and whatnot. Dynasty and dynasty is definitely a good one. There is there are more of these. Man, you really have to dig for them when you want them, though. I'll come up with more in the future. Basil and Amazon is a really really funny one, which I pick up quite a bit. Matzah, American matzah, and I don't know a brioche. I'm not sure if there was a brioche thing. Well, food is like up front for me. Like, lots of food has funny things. Like, like, I'm trying to think of Chinese examples now. General Tao's chicken, or General Toast chicken, which is really funny because when you think about it, the people who say General Tao's chicken, they're actually closer than General Toast chicken. But the thing is, the way it's spelled is so weird. Wait, let me see how it's spelled again. Isn't it like, yeah, TSO? And then you're gonna say, well, you could dig deeper and say, well, I mean, this one. So some people say Tao, right? Tao, and some people say toe. And some people say so. And no one says so, which is like the Japanese tsu, right? So, Tao, to, right? And then you would argue, oh yeah, but it's Chinese, right? So what's the closest thing to Chinese? This doesn't exist. At most, it's like, I don't know. And then you're thinking, well, it makes sense that they would pronounce it like Tao or something like that. And like, but this is not, the origins of this is American or Americanized. So you start thinking like, okay, so where have this spelling occur in Chinese? It doesn't occur in Chinese. You have to add a couple more things to it. And I actually legitimately do not know where you go. Like, yeah, I have no idea where you would go with this. Like, maybe show. Or there's just no T. T into an S is weird. Like, yeah, I don't know where I would go with this. Show? I have no idea. So these are stuff that are wild. Very wild. If we start talking about like names of stuff. Let's not get into that though. Dynasty. I still don't know enough, is what I'm saying. I still don't understand. It's fun. It's really fun talking about the different ways to pronounce things. I wouldn't say it's as fun trying to figure out which one's correct. That might trigger a bunch of people. I like to know more than try to conform more. So whenever someone says, well, no one ever says that, somebody does. That's my like counterpoint. Like, I'm not here to weigh who is the original, but acknowledge that they all exist. So when you said like walkers, right? When you mentioned that walkers was first, it was probably first in the UK. I mean, we don't know. Like the exposure rate of people, the first exposure is the first exposure. So whether that Lay's was founded over 10 years before Walkers, which I was kind of hinting I already knew that Lay's came before Walkers, like chronologically. It's not clear whether Walker's exposure was first or earlier than Lay's in like localized areas. So the popularity of the perception that something came first may be at odds with its statistical or objective recording side of things. And that's usually why I agree with people. Like whenever someone tells me, oh, this came first, and my first thought is like, I believe you. Whether if I am none the wiser or could make a counter argument. And I was fairly confident that Lay's came before Walker in terms of like their establishment. However, that is, I would still counter argue that statement that even 10 years time would not suggest that Walkers might have been the first exposure for the majority of the UK base. So, one, to make it relate to Chinese or even Japanese by extension, things like emoji. Someone made an argument against me, or someone tried to tell me that something was really obvious. So, the obvious thing that someone said was like, emojis came first, that's why they're called emojis, and then the like the emote was derived from emoji because they thought about their exposure. Their first exposure, their dominant exposure is emoji, right? And therefore they inherently distinctively define emotes as an originator or a derivative of emoji, but it's actually emoticons. It was the derivation of emotes, depending on your origin. And then that person said, well, this came earlier, as in like this occurred at an earlier year. And I know that that's not true. Now, whether this person cares if that's their thing, I'm not there to, like, be pedantic about it. For the record, there is also a coincidence that there might be a 10-year gap between this. Now, the thing is, emoticons, like emotes and emoticons, it could be independent. Like, its exposure could be independent. Like, Japan had emoji that may or may not be inspired by emoticons or something like that, and back and forth. The idea is, well, now they're different things. Or sort of different things. Unless you want to prescribe to the thing about viewing everything in linear, right? Which is, I feel like, a great segue to how language is learned for a lot of people, where they think in linear, where they replace things because that's what they want to do. So when you want to say chips, right, then chips is greater than crisps. Meanwhile, I'd be the guy that's like, I don't know, maybe someday I'll feel chippy, and then someday I'll feel crispy. It's what I believe makes people want to learn languages. Like, it's very hard for me to, if someone asks me, could I learn a language? And then they say things like, well, I always think it's said this way, I always think it's said this way, then learning a language can be a struggle. It can be a tough interest because it might feel superfluous most of the time. you're doubling over things. And yet I absolutely love hearing, like, I talked about Andy. Hats off to Andy. I hope he continues to make content and whatnot. Anytime he like talks, since he's Australian, I love picking up all the his idiosyncrasies when it comes to his pronunciation of words. Much like one day, I hope the person I listen to for the British accent is what's his name? Hold up. Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence. I talked about this before. Lawrence, across the pond. That's probably the most exposure I have to a British accent. Whenever he says, "Oh, Lawrence," like, etc., like when he does the little like, do that now. Like he has this like closed off like larynx, and he's like, well, people are just, like it has like this really nasally quality to it, while having like a various enunciation here and there that makes it so endearing, at least in my opinion, very endearing. So I have various examples of it. Is Across the Pond a YouTube channel? Yeah, I think it's called Across the Pond. Or is it... It should... Oh, Lost in a Pond. Sorry, Lost in a Pond. My bad. Lost in a Pond. Lost in the Pond. His catchphrase is talking about being across the pond. Like the thing he's referring to is being across the pond from each other. But yeah, it's Lost in the Pond. That was his YouTube channel. Yeah. And from then on, after watching his YouTube channel for so long, I keep referring to the Atlantic Ocean as across the pond, like a pond, as opposed to an ocean. So anytime like you and I are talking, I'm like, oh, is that what people do across the pond? Like, because the pond is such a fun way to look at the Atlantic Ocean between the UK and the United States. I genuinely like picking up manners, as Lawrence has said previously. In Britain, a rubber removes a mistake. In America, it prevents one. I don't think I've ever heard him say that, but that's hilarious. Yikes. That's pretty funny. Oh, is that how you spell Lawrence? Oh, now here's another problem, Lawrence versus Lawrence. I think this is this Americanized? I don't actually know. Lawrence with a W versus Lawrence with a U. I feel like this is Americanized, no? With the W? Am I crazy? How was Lawrence of Arabia spelled? Yeah. I'm talking about the 1962 movie. You misspelled, you usually use Lawrence? Oh, okay. For the record, this would be totally a way to spell Lawrence, though. Kids these days with their edgy names. Procall, hear me out. Edgy names right now. Edgy names is like the new fad. Honestly, people have wild names because of how promiscuous English is, right? Because English has adopted like various spellings and pronunciations specifically with the mixing of names and whatnot, like actual names. So like you can get something like do I have a good example? I don't know. I can't make up a real example. Like I feel like this could be a thing. Like Lewick. It's not real. I'm saying I'm trying to give an example, trying to channel my English and other language things. Like, you could probably get a kid's name spelled this way, Luwick, instead of Ludwig. Actually, how do you even spell Luwick? Or a YouTube channel about folklore being named Lawrence? Yeah, heckin' Lawrence. I got one better. Lawrence is double R-ing things is also a thing. Yeah, I would spell it Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig von, like Beethoven, right? But here's the thing. Is it a Ludwig or is it a Ludwig? Like Lud or Lud? Like Ludwig von Beethoven or Ludwig von Beethoven, right? So, there's that. Crazy. Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig. You could even throw in a bit of German. Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig. Now you're just masquerading as a German. Instead of Ludwig versus Ludwig. And then there's Ludwig. Oh goodness gracious. What are we gonna do with the English language? Meanwhile, we're still trucking along on Chinese. Chinese is, I mean, obviously some people like there are obviously going to be Chinese people that would say like, well, you sound like an American trying to sound like a Chinese person. Like, that's fine. It's largely because we speak English. In my opinion, one of the grandest things about the appreciation for flexibility in pronunciation is probably because you speak English. And I think it's fun and hilarious, but I will be a little bit more reserved and conservative and respectful when you cross paths with someone who's a Puritan, right? Someone who is very sensitive to other languages, generally speaking. I think here's one that I can give you that is kind of weird, and I don't know if you're gonna know this. So this fruit, right? This fruit I really like this series. It's called oh no, it's Canadian. It's about Korean Canadians. Oh, Kim's Convenience. Kim's Convenience. And there was an episode where the white representative, so the white representative and the Korean representative disagreed on where the accent is in this fruit. Is it persimmon? Persimmon. You see the clip of that? Yeah, persimmon versus persimmon. And when I heard that, I'm like, I have no idea where it is. So, my inclination would be to say persimmon. Persimmon. Not persimmon. So, it's actually kind of rough because the per is strong. the sim is also high in pitch. So it may sound like you're not accenting either very strongly. Wait, sorry, what's the difference? You have persimmon, 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 and you have persimmon. Persimmon, 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 persimmon. The problem with this here, when I originally listened to it, is per has a plosive. And sim, this EE, has a heightened pitch. So what happens, it feels like there really isn't an accent anywhere. When you say persimmon, it sounds flat, like just persimmon. So if you try to put the accent on persimmon. When you try to put the accent on sim, persimmon, it still sounds really close together, because sim feels high, and when you do a plosive, it's also high in volume. You can exaggerate it and say persimmon versus persimmon, but the per is very strong. It's a plosive. So it feels like even though you're trying to say persimmon, it still feels like you're accenting both. Persimmon, 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 persimmon. Right? I'm exaggerating now. So most of the time I say persimmon, not persimmon, or like persimmon. What I'm saying is I don't even know which one I accent every once in a while. So the idea was, it was very clever. Like when they were arguing about, when they were hearing like the two people were talking to each other, and they were saying, it's not that, it's this. And my first thought is like, wow, I've never realized how close they were. And if you're wondering, like, if I ask anyone, you've seen that clip. Which clip, what do you think, which person was emphasizing which place? Because it would be difficult. Like, for me personally, it's already difficult. I don't know which one said persimmon versus persimmon. Persimmon, persimmon, persimmon. Persimmon, persimmon, persimmon. It's so close. So for myself, I was like, did they just say the same thing twice? Or 4 times? Or 6 times? And over time, it's largely, the difference was whether your emphasis was on the first or second syllable. Kind of like, here's a good one. Permission. Permission, right? You're supposed to go permission. Permission. It still sounds weird. However, when you hear it long enough, it's really hard to hear permission versus permission. Permission, 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 permission. You start questioning your sanity. You're like, wait, hold up. So here's my take on it. When I want to emphasize how strong the permission is, I would emphasize the first one. You emphasize the ish sound slightly, you think? This part? Oh, wait. You mean this part? Ish sound. Oh, this one? Shh. This part? Permission. Oh. Huh. What I was gonna say is, if I'm really punching the word, I would say permission. When I'm prosodically trying to relax the word, I say permission. So there's this thing called prosodic stress. Prosodic stress in English that happens willy-nilly, like how you're emphasizing things. De-accenting and accenting things, which is what I linked before, and it really throws a wrench in describing this. So, for example, I have permission. I have a permission. Permission. I have permission. I have a permission. So when I say I have permission, it's first emphasis. So like I have the authority. I have permission. Then when it is a permission, I say a permission. Permission. But I have permission. I have permission. Not permission. So it gets really wild. And I didn't realize that until I started hearing them say persimmon versus persimmon. Persimmon. Man. Persimmon. Persimmon. And it happens like perhaps. So perhaps. Perhaps. And the reason why I'm choosing this is because that's how Japanese pitch accent works. Sorry, you gotta know this was coming, right? You gotta know this was coming. This is the reason about the subtleties in Japanese pitch accent. When stress and volume gets equated pretty well, it's difficult to know which accent you're using. So, like, perhaps, right? Perhaps. So I say perhaps when when I'm like agreeing with someone. I say perhaps when I'm maybe skeptical. So I don't know if people have picked that up or not, but I do differentiate. So perhaps, right? Perhaps. And most of it deals with pitch accent. You're modifying your pitch more so than the volume difference between them. The volume difference is pretty similar. You could do something like really exaggerated and say perhaps, right? You can then change the volume. You can change the volume accent, but when you're speaking, typically it happens very quickly, right? So yeah, so here's many of these examples occur. So quickly. So when you're doing prosodic stuff, you're intuitively doing these things already. Like, are you doing something quickly or are you doing something quickly? And it depends on where it is in your sentence and where are you emphasizing. Because some people might be quickly doing something. But typically when I'm telling someone that someone is quickly doing something, I would say quickly doing something versus doing it something quickly. So people are doing something quickly versus people doing something quickly. Or are you quickly doing something versus doing it quickly? So accents, it goes up and down. Doing something, right? Something quickly versus quickly doing something. Now, I think from my hearing standpoint, most people end up choosing something consistent. I don't. Like, I haven't found a consistency to my speech sometimes. But doing something quickly is different from quickly doing something. So I'm going quickly doing something. Doing something quickly. So it's going up. Doing something quickly. Going up. Quickly doing something. Going down. So this creates the persimmon versus persimmon situation. Persimmon. 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 Right? Persimmon. And it could sound like you could argue it sounds like per-sim, and then you just lowered this part. And I would say, yeah, probably too. What about the glottal stop? Like, trunk? Like, truncation? Trunk. I don't know why. This is the first word I came up with. How do you spell truncation? Is it a C? Or is it a K? Is there an N? I feel like this is how you spell truncation. Truncation. Right? Truncation? Truncation. Hold up. Truncation. Yes. Truncate, or I guess truncation, yeah. So I would say it this way for the glottal stop. This was someone, the guy human 111 talked about this, and then its a relationship with Arabic, but I don't know enough Arabic to comment on this. However, I typically end at the glottal stop and start the next thing as well. So truncation, 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 not truncation, or truncation, like truncation versus trunk or truncation. I say truncation, truncation. So I divide it up typically for both. If I'm emphasizing the glottal stop. Now, if I'm not, then it would just run together. Truncation, 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 right? So in order to create the glottal stop, I usually use whatever the consonant is. So like, this might not seem like a glottal stop, but separation, 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 That's my inherent. That's my inherent. If I were to like analyze my speech, that's what I typically do. There's also upspeak when you go into pitch at the end of. Oh yeah, it's called uptone. Uptone is dealing with transitions. Transitions, so like conjunctive. Or question, right? Question and conjunctive. Also, this upspeak, the idea of upspeak, this term upspeak as well, is now referred to as your common. It's called like the influence voice. Influencer voice as well. Why is it called an influencer voice nowadays? Is largely in order to keep the person engaged, you want to keep on talking with an upspeak, expecting to keep the person attention running so that there is something else that will keep coming. So when you keep doing that, they are expecting you to keep engaging them because you have more things to say about when you're talking like this, because there's always something more to listen to that can get a little exhausting, because that is the upspeak. In fact, upspeak, when I was younger, right? When I was younger, so maybe like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, upspeak was discouraged. Or because in English, in order to complete your ideas, you downtone. You do a downtone. So oftentimes when you try to complete an idea, you're trying to end the idea in order to allow a new idea to keep going. Now, the thing is, if you only use downtone, you're going to sound trite. You're going to sound like a hot take guru. So, what does a hot take guru sound like? This is the best. You're the worst. I'm the best. You're the worst. I'm awesome. You're not awesome. I'm cool. You're bad. You would end up sounding like a hot take guru if you only use downtones. So now there's an imbalance. There's a crazy imbalance where it feels like no one ever completes their ideas, right? I didn't complete my idea yet and I landed on an uptone. However, if you complete the following idea with a downtone, then it feels like you left time to pause for thinking. So typically if you have like a speech person or a communication person, they would say things like, you can present dramatic pauses from an upspeak in order to allow people to process and follow it through with a punchline on a downtone. So what it would sound like is, hey, remember that time that we went to the barn? It was such a great time. Right, that's what I mean by transition. So to help with the transitioning of uptones, you can add transitional words to force yourself to go down. At least in my opinion, that was the natural way. At least in my opinion, that is the transition to help you go down. So that's kind of like saying doing something quickly, right? Like, oh, you were doing something quickly? And are you gonna hello? Or, oh, I was doing something quickly. Right? And that's the end of the idea. I was doing something quickly. quickly. I was doing something quickly. You're prosodically going downward. Versus, I was doing something quickly. And what are you gonna say? Like, and what? You were doing something quickly, what? What else are you gonna say? Your dad despises people's upspeak. Oh boy. Content creation is gonna be a rough patch, honestly. Your dad says that upspeak should only be used when asking a question. It also raised suspicion. So if you ever hear me use upspeak, which I just did the last 2 times, it is to evoke suspicion. So I'm pretty mechanical. I'm not sure if other people are mechanical in this way. So if you ever hear me say perhaps or perhaps, then you'll know which one I'm talking about. So it's more like not necessarily asking a question, raising a question. It's kind of like upspeak is for the sake of unknowns. So if you're gonna say something like, do you agree with this statement? Perhaps. Now it's not quite a question, it's raising a question. So like it's raising in like lack of confidence. So for me, like I kind of dislike people's upspeak, not for the sake of the idea that they're not asking a question. Like your father may have a problem with that, right? The way I'm upspeaking right now is an example. For me, upspeak creates apprehension. Like, anytime I use uptone, I'm literally trying to signal to the person I'm speaking to that I'm apprehensive. That's the upspeak part. And that involves the question material. Now, how often do I use the NetSpeak thing that I'm talking about, the influencer voice? I try not to do that intentionally. However, occasionally I would deliberately do it. And the way I deliberately do it is typically when I'm talking about a story, or I'm giving you a story. Like, yesterday, I had this amazing time. This amazing time. You know what I mean? Like, it was so good. You know, I got out of my door, I walked outside, and I saw this tree. So now I had up, down, right? The tree, though, had a bunch of branches. And those branches had something really bright in them. What do you think that was? Now, I didn't use an uptone for that question. I ended the question on a downtone. Ending the question on a downtone makes it sound like a rhetoric. So, like, people won't answer the question. They'll simply ponder about the question, right? So, not only does asking a question only using uptone, you can use a downtone in a question to imply a feeling of closure with a rhetoric. So, like, is the sky really blue? Or, is the sky really blue? You have your uptone and downtone. So rhetoric, oftentimes, whenever like someone tries to ask me, how do you sound more articulate or thought-provoking? And one of my thoughts are, have you ever tried asking questions as though they were statements? Because one of the funny little characteristics or quirks about intellectuals, at least in my opinion, about intellectuals, is that when they posit questions, they mix uptone and downtone when they ask questions. The heavy hitters, like the questions that are left with a downtone, are the ones like, oh my gosh, that sounds so profound, you know, because you're presenting rhetoric. It makes you feel like, hey, We may never know the origins of our species, but it would be something interesting to ponder, right? Not, it would be interesting for something to ponder, right? Like then you're asking a question, like, yeah, sure, right, I guess. At least in my opinion. Have you seen the person in the short you sent on Discord, and what do you think about him? Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, he's the guy that someone said that I sound like. So he's basically the other person. So if you've seen him, you probably heard most of the things I've talked about as well. Like it would, I came across him when someone shared him. I'm gonna say it's been a year now. It's been a year or two, and then someone else shared another person too, and they talked about studying methods. I've got his name. Hold up. So that's a speech coach guy, which someone introduced me to. There's also the study guy, who basically, someone told me that I cover topics like them. So now I'm familiar with that guy too. Let me see if I can get him. If you type study methods, he probably comes up first. Oh no, he doesn't. That's interesting. Let me see if I can. Interestingly enough, I think they're both Australian. Like they both reside in Australia, I think. Oh, here's his dang it. I dislike how shorts don't have like the person's name on it, and you have to like click on it. Justin Song. Justin Song is the other guy. So he was about a year ago. Someone mentioned this person. And then Vin, was this his name? Vin Win? No. Yeah, Vin Tian. I don't actually know if that's how. I thought his last name was different, but Vin is the other guy. Yeah. So Vin is the speech guy, and Justin is the study guy. And if you mold their topics together, I wouldn't be it's not a coincidence that most of these themes come back up. And yes, I know, I recognize the irony here, or the coincidence here, that they're both Asian as well. So it's not very, sometimes things just work out coincidentally. If someone makes a claim monotone, oh really, versus oh really, it's rising on the oh really. Yeah. Sometimes if someone says they did something in a way that I think sounds like they're unsure if I believe them, due to it being extraordinary, for example, to comfort them, I'll reply saying, for example, oh really? In an almost disinterested way if it's a fact that I know, but with a slightly surprised tone. I found that makes them more open about their passion for doing so, as they know I believe, but also find it somewhat amazing. That's what you tried to do, at least. You don't want to try to seem like you're trying to toot your own horn. So, here's Vin actually covers a lot of these things. You match the person's energy. So, once you get consistent at relying on a particular method, right? Like middle of the road. So if you're using a jack of all trades thing where you're doing like, hey, here's my range of encounters. How do I get an average resonance, right? Then you would use a Swiss Army knife, utilitarian approach. The alternative is to learn multiple voices and match them at separate levels, so you can bin the energy level and then come up with four different voices. Then kind of introduce that in a different way. So, like, for example, when someone's incredibly enthusiastic, it's difficult to know if they're incredibly enthusiastic if they always sound like this. Like, hey, guys, I just wanted to share with you, this is the best game I've ever played. I'm legitimately jumping out of my boots right now. I'm so excited. This is the best game I've ever played. And you will encounter someone like that. And so you have to integrate whether, dude, I feel you. That is, you gotta tell me more, man. Like, that sounds amazing. Tell me more. Or, as Vin would say, he has an accent. Tell me more. More. Tell me more. He says more, like, more, like W. He does the, it's a accent thing. More. Like, more. Like, not mo. Like, more. 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 More stuff. More. So, tell me more. Tell me more. I really, his accent is interesting. So is Justin's. Justin's accent is pretty interesting too. So, when you meet energy, sometimes that's kind of how I do it. Otherwise, like, for example, I always read your text, right? So a bunch of people read text. So they text me stuff. And oftentimes I read. Yeah, I already told you what I think you sound like, or sometimes sound like. I usually say like Simon Pegg. When you're trying to be funny, you sound like Simon Pegg. When you're trying to be derpy, you sound like Nick Frost. When you're saying something very astute, I might imagine Stephen Fry. Right? Now, if you were getting really sophisticated and throwing a bunch of English around, Charles. I'll let you imagine what type of Charles I'm thinking of. Right? So that's what I would depict. And not only do I do that, these archetypes are based on how I interact with other people. So when I finally get to hear someone's voice, I match their energy. That's pretty much what I would do. Now, you don't have to match people's energy if you don't have the energy to do so, right? Like, so here's the thing about utilitarian approach. You have a range, and depending on your energy range, right? Like, you're meeting your energy range here. And that means anyone up here is outside your range. Now, that doesn't mean you won't be successful in eliciting their curiosity or opening up. The idea is, in order to get another voice here in this range or expand your range, you would have to accommodate that, as opposed to taking a utilitarian approach. So oftentimes, like, how do you sound like a like this and like that? I tend to add like this, like that every once in a while, like to make sure that the other person who's speaking like wouldn't be so distracted in the same way that someone doesn't use like when they use like. You can do that if you want, and it would be more conducive. So oftentimes someone feels more grounded when the person speaking can mirror their energy. And oftentimes when I'm reading someone's text, I try to infer their energy, like the way they speak, in order to match it. So when someone's trying to make a goofball example of themselves, I would try to be a goofball in response. There are times when I completely miss the ball. So there was a kid, like, I'm gonna say 5 days ago, and I was reading their texts. And eventually they say, "Why are you reading my texts like that?" Right? And then they were saying, "You make me sound like I'm wrong." That's kind of the state that we kind of live in now, where inquisition might not, like, when you're trying to read someone's text and you're trying to understand it, right? Like, for example, if I'm reading your text, sometimes I would read, sometimes if someone said they did something in a way that I think sounds like they're unsure, if I believe them due to being, so if I'm trying to read for comprehension, the person thinks that I'm questioning them, which is very interesting. Now, I'm not saying this kid had a different conversation or different thought. The tactic that you used, the tactic that you were showing, was the tactic that I was using. Like, oh, okay, I see what you mean. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? Why does it sound like you're questioning me at every turn? And I'm like, is that really how that sounds? So occasionally it still happens. And I think it's interesting or a very prominent challenge when you're trying to read someone and their diction and their behavior by the way they speak. Personally, if I imagine you as Simon Pegg, it's pretty funny. When someone's trying to tell me, here's some fun ones that I whenever someone tells me like, you can do it, I think of what's his name in you can do it. What's his name? Oh no. He's usually a supporting character in Adam Sandler movies. He was Mel Gigolo, the movie. What's his name? Rob Schneider. Rob Schneider. Whenever someone says you can do it, Rob Schneider. Or what we got? I do this because I like voice acting. I like reading stuff and giving life to people's voice. Maybe it might be off, and I obviously apologize in advance. However, I do like trying to imagine people voices, even if they don't have one. Like, it brings me great satisfaction to maybe introduce what could be your voice, or what you may not have considered what you might sound like. So oftentimes when I'm reading people's stuff, I think about what type of person is saying it. It's really fun activity. And then when you're playing video games and reading dialogue, that's where it all comes back. But the whole uptone thing, that's pretty funny. So what you're saying is, I shouldn't be doing this all the time around your father, or else he's gonna lose his marbles. Oh, I ended on a downturn there, but still. Have you ever tried to like trigger your father by by speaking with uptones? Like, hey, Dad, I heard this was awesome, that you should try this because it's so popular on this app. I can't even do it. Like, it's really hard. It's actually very uncomfortable to consistently go up. Anyways, thanks for again entertaining me with my language fascinations. You have? It's great. You're such a troll. Oh, here's one thing that I'll share my own pet peeves. Mumbling. So it's very, very difficult, in my opinion, to get someone to feel comfortable in which that they don't mumble. So when I interact with someone who lacks speech practice. Not that they could be egotistical. That's fine. Like plus or minus ego to integrate some of the stuff we talked about earlier. It's very difficult to encourage someone if when they ask like I keep getting comments that I mumble a lot or something like that. You know, someone would tell me, you know, like they tell me that I don't speak very clearly and whatnot, and they often would ask, so how do you get rid of mumbling? Like, how do you become whatever it is need to be mumbling, but to like mitigate the mumbling? And my first thought is, it's not going to be pretty. Generally speaking, though, committing to an idea when you're talking would be a great start. Now, whether you're concerned about what you're saying is articulate or not, the mumbling is in association with the idea that there is a lack of speech practice. It might not be, and dare I say this, it might not be that deep, which is the idea that with practice, because this person hasn't practiced very often, mumbling might be literally a like exercise, a thing that deals with your vocals. So I get this question quite a bit when someone says, so how do you speak for long hours without like your voice crapping out and it sounds like you're always mumbling and doing stuff? My first thought is, well, when I first started, I maybe could speak for like 30 minutes to an hour, and then I would just start mumbling and losing energy, right? I stopped projecting. Now, it's kind of hard to appreciate when I'm in front of a mic, because a mic, I've already done my compression audio tuning on the mic. So I could speak very quietly and it would still be very quite clear, so I'm not exaggerating. However, I'm speaking with my speaking voice. So I speak as though I'm intending to give a lecture. I'm not speaking like I'm hanging out with my friends and saying, hey, did you hear about that cool new game that just came out? Like, I heard it was pretty rad. Are you gonna hit that up or whatnot? Like, that's what I feel a lot of times when someone asks me about mumbling. They're like, so how do you project? And the frustrating part is you project by projecting. So let's try it. Tell me something about your day. Like, oh, it was alright. I'm like, it was what? It was alright. Like, it was what? It was alright. It was alright. Now, here's the thing. One of the things is to get the person angry, and then when they speak with their like outdoor voice, it gives you a starting place, right? And it's tough. It's very tough. And so one of the pet peeves that I have possibly is when someone says they don't get it, like they don't get why they're mumbling. And my first thought is, have you listened to yourself? Like, earnestly, not like an obvious condescending way. More so, have you listened to yourself and hear how closed off you are? So we would do some rehearsals. We would read lines like, oh, really? It's not, oh, really? Oh, really? Right? Oh, really? Oh, really? Right? You don't even have to do high volume. You can say, oh, really? Just clearly, concisely, in a way that take your time. But usually the peeve is they're like, but then I would sound like I'm really slow and I'm like overacting and I'm doing things so unnaturally yourself. And I'm like, well, it is unnatural because you don't do it. That's where the triggering, like the pet peeving part comes in. When someone believes that it is natural to be everything and not unnatural to train and practice something. So when this happens not even with speech, it happens with learning a language. a person would say, well, I studied a lot. So why is it so still awkward and make me nervous when I'm speaking the language? It feels so unnatural. And my first thought is, because you don't do any of it. And then they would say, like, how I study, I know what to say and what not. It's like, but you don't do it. It feels unnatural when you don't do things. It feels unnatural when you're learning things. You learn them, you practice them, then they may become natural to you. And it's different from natural being right. So that gets hairy. When someone thinks that natural equals right, as in everything that is natural must be right. So when someone says, I don't understand why my mumbling isn't right, isn't acceptable. And I'm like, you can mumble all you want. The idea is, can the other person understand you? Right? You can practice mumbling if you want. It serves a function. The thing is, mumbling is it's not right or wrong. It's not what you're doing. Like, what I mean is, if you want to project, it's not mumbling. So don't mumble and try to project. It's not about being right or wrong. Tools, methods. So anytime someone asks me about like communication skills or learning a language, they're often talking about what is right and what is wrong. What is the best way to make it sound like you're not trying to be a troll? Well, certainly you could start mumbling and just close up and say, hey, you know what? I have a really big secret. It's like blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. You don't have a big secret, do you? Like, no, I do. It's yeah, right. Like, oh, okay. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? You don't sound very confident. Like, well, yeah, I am pretty confident about my skills. Like, then why are you mumbling? Like, I don't know, this is just the way I talk. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I see where you're coming from. And the conversation would go to the way go the way of, well, if my ideas are good, then I don't have to project. Because if I'm right, then I don't need to be articulate or concise about it. And if I'm wrong, I need to find the right way to be right. Not the same as, well, you can mumble if you want, you might still be right. Or you can project and align with your intent with something else. That's kind of the tough part about communication. When someone finds something optional. So, like, do you need to project any time in your life? Well, yeah, I don't know. Is it a desirable trait? You see what I did there? Is it a desirable trait? Because my desirable trait was not to say anything when I was a teenager. Invisible. Batman. I'm just kidding. Batman's not invisible. Who's an invisible superhero? You know, someone stealthy. I was gonna go for the Batman stealthy part. Like, it's chill, stand in the back, mumble until I can't anymore. You know, until school demands that you learn how to present yourself. So nowadays, we just make things look good, or at least I try to make them purposeful. So if you think there's no use for mumbling, I'll give you an example of mumbling. Anyways, and then, you know, whispering or uptones, like, oh really? Do you think uptone is only for questions? Or can they be useful for trolling? Because one can be facetious when they're saying something serious. Hey, yeah, of course I am not digressing very long right now. Right? Like, you couldn't possibly think that I'm wasting too much time just being sarcastic right now, right? Like, you know, there's a utility for it. I think saying one or the other can be a little bit restrictive. Anyways, I still want to hear you trigger your pops though with uptone. Okay, I've been staring at this for a while and I still don't know what it is. It does have skin and it does have fingers, but I feel like it's not pee. It's not pee related. I have a 50-50 on this. Heck, I lost the 50-50. It's pee. Skin. And over, yeah. Now I want to type P again. Only this time, it's the tone 1 P. But then what kind of flower is it? I have a 50-50 on this too. Dang it! I lost the 50-50 again. Shit. Oh, man. Okay. This one I have something for. Right? Because she is in nye, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. That's not hot sauce. It couldn't have been P. Or B. Okay. I highly doubt my choices do not simply include proper nouns. They are all proper nouns. Okay. Oh yeah, this was the Schrödinger thing. 薛定谔. Schrödinger. How does this work? It's a space capsule, mountain. Oh no, it's 3. It's 3. Did it again.
薛
Alright, we're gonna wrap this up today. Gotta wrap. Why do I keep thinking this? No, it's Jiao. It's not? Alright, we'll come back. Is this villa?
树
Okay.
雨
Okay. Nope.
笔
You? No, you. Dang it, I lost the 50-50 again. This is, Chu? No, she. Hang on. Hang on. We gotta sort this out here. So, where's Chu? Chu is the toad. So, it needs an insect. And then Yi is. Oh no, there's no person. Okay. And then Yi is in she. And it is the sandal. Sorry, my voice is kind of going. Now, I thought this was crafty. It was not crafty. Is it narrow? It's narrow.
狭 徐
This is not. Xiu. And it's not yo.
优
No. And this one stinks, right? And thus or something, and then? Ah! That witch? I don't like this. Wait. Do we have? Oh no, we can look for vocabulary. Is this the final section of the study? It is. We just have to cover our characters. There is an active recall, but it's kind of optional. When we're having discussions, there are plenty of things that are optional. Oh my word. Of great concern. Wait, what was this? That witch closed. Yo Guan doesn't make any sense. I think this is just chalked. I'm cooked. Yeah. Hang on. How could I make this about of great concern? We have close plus that witch. That witch is closed. Or shut. Of great concern. How many vocabulary words do we have to turn on? Yeah, they're all involving close. Oh, crucial. Interesting. Crucial. The shut key. I think we could branch out. Great concern. So, what does that work with? I don't have a feel for this character. It'd be a vital interest, matter of life and death. I'm starting to sense it's very important. So let's just go with very important. Right? Let me wait, let's see this. This is 则有攸归. So this is responsibility. Have responsibility, like responsibility, possess, and then we're trying to figure out what this is. Gui. Gui is like return. So responsibility have that which return. Responsibility must lie where it belongs. Interesting. That does make sense. Responsibility, yeah, have to rely, like return to that which it belongs. Interesting. Okay. So what about to be of vital interest? Li hai. So this is dangerous or vital. Li hai, that which flows. Or of great concern. Interesting. That which is closed. I think I'm having more problems with Guan than I have with Yo. We're just gonna add this. That witch, we're just gonna stick with that witch. Not much to do there. Immediately I wanted to type Cho, but it's probably Ao.
敖
Oh, 是什么? It deals with the mouth. It might be weeping, or it might be chewing. We're gonna go with weep. Heck, or wailing. It's wailing, okay. It's weeping, wailing. I'm thinking the same ballpark. Then this is her.
鹤
I failed gloriously on the 30-30-30. Okay, it looks like Leon of some sort. What happened to the finger? Heck, it's 3. Oh no, it's 2. Impede. Okay. This is paired up with waves. Actually, impede is pretty good. Let's go find a companion character for impede. Maybe like stop? Langui. Inquiry desk. I can kind of see that. Lanlu. Lanlu would be to obstruct and block someone's path. Oh, okay. Lanlu. Lantian. Inspect. Oh, a stop for inspecting. Okay. Lanjie. To intercept. Jie? Or sever? I'm not sure. Okay. Let's go with Lancha, to thumb a lift? Obstruct a car? That's pretty funny. To intercept a car. Or like this is feeling like it's intercept as well, to obstruct. Let's go with, I like this, Lanlu. No, it wouldn't tell me if it's blocking. So do we have anything that blocks it? Block things. Intercept at the net. Oh, here's one. I think this one will work. Lanju. Zhu is to keep something staying. So this will help me think about a stationary thing. Oops. Obstruct. Or impede.
燃
Okay.
虚
That's a beard. Dao. Yeah. I'm gonna say Dao. It could be Yao. Heck. Oh no, wait. Secret agent. 3? It's Tall. Or Troth. Do we have water? Yeah, we have water trough. Switch jobs is a little weird. Void. Oh. This is special. I'm gonna say Chi. Man. Che. Chao. Chi. It's Quasimodo, not Kermit. Not Kirby. Alright, let's go look at maybe like Kan. Give me Kan. Chi Bu. That's hard to understand. Chi Hu. Squint. That's kind of hard to understand. Chi Kui. You take a peek. Look at and peek. Oh, God. You know what? I'll take this. Kui is weak. Alright, cool. Alright.
容
I want to say this is melt again. Why does it feel like it's not melt? Okay. How does this work? We took the skin, finger, drape, right? But was it P or?
P
Yeah, the void. Staring into the void.
去
I forgot what she like staring into the void at. Just look at. Yeah, it's just look at. Yeah, fair enough. Immediately I want to type chu of something, but then I want to type what type of flower is this? It makes me want to type jewel, but this is no chance. Oh, it is jewel. Oh my gosh, it is jewel. It's the right jewel. Dang it. Should have went with my gut. My feelings. All right, let's go look for something. Thriving. Yeah. I remember the mnemonic though. Oh goodness. Thriving and robust. Okay, that's fair. Thriving and robust, which is healthy and strong or sturdy. All right, I got you. Whoops. Disappointing.
着
Had something to do with the elbow hitting the thing and a thing and a thing. I. Oh, this is yeah. I don't. A is no way. A is hey. I doubt there's a vocabulary word. It's just like a or something. Oh, it's even I. Oh, it's I. Oh, so it has a different read too. We got nothing here. It's just move on.
红
What type of fish are you? You're not a carp. Are you a carp? What's in the river? And oh no, wait. This is a bird. What type of bird is it? Is it a crane? Is it a swan? Is it a duck? It's a swan.
Kan
This is in, oops, not in there, survey. All I can scream is either C or shit. T.
细
Crevice. Geographical feature. Palm tree. Is this a palm tree? Dong.
棕
Okay. It's not a laurel. Each moon. Is it a laurel? Yeah, it's probably good. Arm. Done. No? Oh, okay. We'll come back. Oh, this is a ga.
嘎
It's just ga.
歌
That's not cho, that's for sure. But it is diao.
调
It's like condolence. Condole! We can remember it! Japanese? Okay. Japanese came through. How did this work again? Pew pew, yeah.
A
It does have an I in it. I. What is my mnemonic for this? Someone called out hey to the chief for some help when they didn't pay the bills for his service for helping with his guard. Their help. Oh, because elbow grease. No. What? Is it really service? I could have sworn this doesn't stay together. Oh, did. It's did. Ooh. Come back. I think this is what.
会
Dark or dim.
曹
That's unfortunate. Serving. True spirit. Could be Hui. I really thought it was Sheng. Oh, it is Sheng. Oh, I might have typed Zheng though. Conscious, cautious. Yeah. I might have typed Zheng instead of Sheng. Why do I think this is Yin? Son of a dingus. Yin. Maybe we can find rapids. Like a river. Jian He. I don't have that He. Jian Xi. Oh, that's a location. Oh, Jian Liu. Jian Liu is okay. There's also Jian Xia or gorge. Let's go with this. Oh, a mountain and creek put together. Let's go with Liu. He'll tell me that it's a mountain stream. It's something that flows. Oops.
见
I'm gonna go with Xiao. It's Xiao. Dang it. That's lit. That was a 50-50.
肾消
This one's tough. It's not a flower related. Well, maybe the absence of flower. Immediately, I want to write Tan. Tan. Wrong tone. Alright, let's go find something for this. Collapse. I don't think the Japanese collapse. Anta. Double collapse? I got you. We're taking that. Oops.
贪
What? How is that not Lu? Oh, is it Lu? Oh no, this is Lui. It's a pivot. What's a Lui? Mule? It's a mule, or is it a donkey? Dang it! Oh hey, yeah.
聂
This has share in it. It's Lui, right?
驴
It's not a camel. It's gotta be a donkey. Okay. Alright, we're good. It was around 50 because we refreshed earlier as well. Okay. I think we're gonna pass on our active recall portion just because we had a really fun time chatting. Chat. Chitty chat chat. Alright, folks. Fun times, fun times. I could do this all day if we talk about English, I suppose. I want to come up with some fun little jokes about how to, I don't know, do impersonations or something. Maybe I'll work on it in the future. One day I just randomly break out an accent. Okay. We had 10 today, right? Yeah, we had 10 things. All right, I'll let you. We're gonna do it. Ain't no excuse. Weakness. This is weakness. Compliance. Okay, yeah. Compliance. All right. What do we have here? Okay. Umang. That's a meerkat. Aldean meadow. People. Do more. Sun bung. Leap. Xiang Xuan. Shiitake. Wensu. Meat and vegetables. Silk thread. Sorry, my stomach's grumbling. Oh. Do qiao. Precipitous. Zhuo? 不是这里。啄木鸟 woodpecker 根梨 wow 了解 what is that? Understand? 认着 do all 逆业 oxymoron 或不是或会讲 to summarize or summary, just summary. 暗礁 trip. Ugh. Wrong tone. Ugh. English. 绵连 continuously 压住 rent deposit 掉什么掉落to wither 我陀螺pannier pannier 样用 occupy 茎干 stem 侧茎 to boast 一正 rash 怂恿 to incite 渲染 rendering 吉他 stampede 宋将 to praise 晋升 keep silent 枪却 discuss 淤泥 silt 吞咽 swallow 归会 admonish 陛下 Your Highness Oh goodness 不测 a register 酒窖 wine cellar 黑质 mole 降慢 curtain 干瘪 drivel 一硕 twinkle 真言 no 真言 ammunition 冰境 on the brink 氢氧 oxyhydrogen 模范 model 喧嚣 noisy what is this? clamor all right, that's a wrap for today. It's fun shooting, talking, arguing, talking about stuff. Always fun to get the juices going. As per usual, the disclaimer is that usually discussions are wonderful when it's involving an exchange of ideas and compromises and learning about each other, right? Not so much a debate of who is right and wrong typically. It's more like a consistent heavy effort to want to understand each other, right? At least that's what that was going for. So oftentimes whenever someone comes by and they're like, oh, but you're wrong, or this is right, or technically is this, I think that is in the discussion of objectivity and a bit egocentric in my opinion. And that can work. However, it's not a discussion anymore. It's more of a debate and an argument. And oftentimes someone's pride is on the line. So, whether that is someone else's prerogative, for example, I think for me, I like to prolong the discussion in a point in which it encourages as many opportunities to contribute. Sorry for maybe the longest discussion you had. Thank you for the discussion. You've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. Me too. Anytime. More than, honestly, we could probably just do this all the time. Without saying much, obviously, we have a lot of things that we juggle, and it is the time that we also spend apart, right? The time that we spend apart in which we have things to discuss. So, balance is the key. Overindulgence is unsustainable. So we look forward to the next existential crises that we'll investigate and discuss. Perhaps your father may want to engage in your discussion now about the argument for the substantiation of the existence of a higher being. or you can simply propose all of your conjectures in an uptone. As your father, all the rhetoric in an uptone, and then report back. I would be delighted to hear what becomes of that. It's not my fault if your father is like, get out. I'm kidding. Anyways, that's a wrap for today. I make the time anytime for discussions. Priceless, right? How do you get beyond pleasantries is to commit to the discussion. Alright, folks. You'll have to give it a try. Try and intrigue him with conversation he loves while having Tony despises. Oh, that's mean. That's very mean. You'll have to tell me how that works out. That would be great. Alright, folks. That's wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss. Again, it doesn't have to necessarily be about the actual thing that we're doing. Usually, I find a way to connect it back to whatever it is that we're talking about. Conversation, communication, critical thinking, discussions, they form the core essence of nearly every topic, honestly. Topics are the content, right? It is how we frame the content. The act of discussion, conversation, expressing each other, universal. At least I like to think it's universal. You are more than welcome to come on by and make a proposition or a strong narrative, argument that expression is optional between human beings. Because the last time I checked, it's very hard to be a robot to each other. Maybe someone else could beg to differ. Otherwise, talk about anything. Anything at all. We'll try to make it fun and then also relevant, right? It's pretty much my responsibility, honestly, to link it back. And certainly Procol was entertained when I threw it back with the ego conversation. Anyone else could be welcome to make their own spin, right? It's through conversation that we can integrate many ideas and encourage each other to spend the time we have in any form of medium or flexibility. All right, with that said, until next time. 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.